Hey everybody, Joshua Hanlon here from Beyond the Brick, and I'm joined by Matthew Kay, as you can see right here with his Chinese Lego paraphernalia behind him on the wall, showing it off as usual.
Oh, yes, this was acquired from a lovely reseller in Hong Kong. Beautiful Lego logo, totally authentic, not a little bit illegal at all, but very nice.
There you go. So that's our introduction to what we're doing here with you tonight, and that is live building the Lego Ninjago Temple of Airjitzu.
Very nice.
There you go. So that's our introduction to what we're doing with you tonight. So that is live building. Let me get started here. We will open the set and then hit this off with you guys. So there is a lot of this. I think there's just over 2,000 pieces in this set. So it's a really quite impressive set. I think it's the biggest Ninjago set you can buy right now, if I'm not mistaken.
It is one of the, I think it is definitely the biggest, yeah. And one of the larger Lego sets that has ever come out, really.
Yeah. So just over 2,000 pieces. I think there's 12 minifigs on the back here. So quite a few minifigs. Variety of ninjas like you'd expect. So we'll get it open here and see what we think. What do you think of the box art, Matthew? That's always interesting to look at.
It's remarkably beautiful, and the size of it, the size of the illustration, it's almost like something you could really frame it, put it on the wall.
That's right. Which I think I've seen some people do. They'll flatten out their boxes and use them as wall decorations.
Yeah, just cover the wall with wallpaper. I have to say the instructions kind of looks like, I don't know, like a Calvin and Hobbes book, Here's a Calvin and Hobbes comic book, and here's the instructions, same thickness.
Well, there you go.
Quite the impressive instruction booklet. It's bound like a real book. That's also impressive.
Get it all open there. And thanks to everyone joining us in the live stream here. Feel free to comment with any questions. We'll be keeping an eye on that throughout the live build here. So if there's anything you see or have any questions about the set, feel free to comment with your thoughts. Get all these pieces open here.
I will now mute my audio for a little bit while I open some bags.
Sounds good. Don't want the opening to get too loud. Here's the instruction booklet again. Very impressive. This is set number 070751. So if you want to look the set up real quick, if you're interested in getting it. Let's see here. Find the first part. Big tan plate. Doesn't come in any packaging. Like you have some more darker tan stuff as well here. And here's the first one. Number 2. Number 5. It's all sorted out here. Yeah. So, first one open. How are we looking there, Matthew?
We are open.
Perfect.
Nice sand green, I notice. Always a pleasure.
This one triangle tile really, or plate really stands out here in this first part.
Definitely.
Bright colors.
Yes, yes. This is really quite the impressive pile of parts bags, I must say. A little overwhelming, just a little bit.
That's true. Yeah, this is one of definitely the biggest Ninjago set I think I've built. The biggest set I've built in a while.
Yeah, I can't really think of. I mean, I guess the the $150 range of sets, all the modulars, but $200 plus. I don't think most AFOLs build $200+ Lego sets that often.
That's true.
Definitely a pretty special occasion. Pretty cool.
Let's see here. Oh, and there's I believe it's on the back of the box. This is exclusive material here, kind of at the beginning of the instructions. It has this, just some writing, basically, like a backstory, kind of, I think, behind the temple and some of the Ninjago lore, so to speak.
Oh, yes, it does, doesn't it?
So there's even some interesting kind of drawings, some artwork here at the beginning. So this is all kind of sort of like they do with the architecture sets, only not real life buildings, but yeah, giving you some interesting background here. Looks like they've got the kind of a bio about each of the minifigs. And they even have, here's an interview with the designers of the set as well. So that's neat. All sorts of kind of bonus features here at the beginning of the instructions.
I thought that was a pretty cool approach, to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of like the process behind making the set and all that kind of good stuff.
Definitely, yeah. It looks like they've got kind of their favorite parts of the set, all sorts of interesting insight here. A lot of Asian architecture inspiration, they said.
Definitely. All right. So, Josh, have you started the minifigs yet?
I have not. I'm just doing that right now.
What do you think of these first few? I think the torso prints are pretty sweet right off the top.
Let's see. Yeah. I agree. There's some interesting, definitely some interesting torso leg printing, back and front of the torso.
Heck yeah.
I noticed throughout, at least on the front of the box here, some of the parts of the set, I'm sure we'll build these later, there's some kind of callbacks to the original Ninja line, which I'm a big fan of and own several of those sets. I think it was maybe like late 90s, early 2000s, something like that. Original Ninjas.
Sounds about right.
We'll see if there's anything we can recognize. I know there's one part, I'll talk about it when we get to building that definitely reminded me of some of the old Ninja stuff.
I imagine if someone in the 90s ever was shown a picture of this set and asked, do you think LEGO will ever make something like this? They'd be like, what? How many pieces?
That's true.
That's crazy. Now, Josh, do we have a chat room or something where people can field questions?
Yes. There is. Feel free to leave questions for those watching live. We have 17 viewers currently, so feel free to, if you're watching live, leave a question, comment.
Are comments enabled on the thing?
Yes, they are. You can leave a live comment here, so anyone watching live can comment. So feel free to give us your thoughts. Let's see. So you're kind of starting with dark tan plate here, and it looks like you're kind of building several almost vignette type scenes that come together as the whole temple around the main kind of centerpiece in the middle. And you might notice I have my my Brick Fair shirt on, so for those of you interested, Matthew and I will be at Brick Fair, Alabama here in just what is it, a couple weeks, like less than 2 weeks, I think it's coming up here.
Yeah, very, very shortly.
So I have not been there before. Matthew, you've been at least, was last year your first time, or?
I did go for last year, not for the full show, just I think Friday through Sunday. It was a very good time though. Looking forward to this year's show.
So yeah, that should be a lot of fun. So if you're going to be there, definitely keep an eye out for us. I'm sure we'll be shooting some videos at the convention, talking to builders, that type of thing.
Always gotta love the Brick Fair events.
That's right.
Some of the best. We went to New England last year, and Virginia. Didn't make it to New Jersey.
Right, New England was the first time I think for both of us, and then Virginia we've been to a few times. But yeah, New England was a first-time event for us, so that was fun. Definitely a smaller event, but smaller events are nice because you can talk to more builders and stuff, and it's kind of a little more low-key. You don't feel so much pressure with all the giant builds and everything. You
definitely get to talk to everyone in the room, it seems, by the end of the show.
Right.
Whereas trying to do that at Brick World would probably lead to a heart
attack. That's very true.
Something about 1,000 people with amazing Lego creations in one room. It is just craziness.
Let's see. Do you know of any builds that are definitely going to be at Alabama? I'm trying to think. I can't. If there's anything that we definitely.
I know Dan Siskid will be there with his big battleship that seems to have made it to every show in the past 6 months or so.
So yeah, Dan's really starting to go to some more shows again. So he kind of, I know, was laying low for a bit as they were working on their builds and stuff and getting all that stuff set up. But yeah, now that they've got the big battleship completed and some other displays they take around, then yeah, they've started going to more shows. They were at Brick World Fort Wayne.
Yep.
Earlier last year.
I think they were at New Jersey, Brick Fair, New Jersey.
Yes. So I think they're trying to get out and about, which is awesome because those builds he brings are absolutely incredible. They're like a showstopper wherever he takes them.
Definitely, and I think Dan's going to be on Birmingham News with his build. So that's another thing Dan does when he goes to places. He'll always try and schedule some news interviews or do a little publicity. Mm-hmm. So very cool though, all of that stuff. I really, really like that.
Yeah.
I have to admit, this new, it's a corner tile piece.
Let's see, it's this one.
Light bluish gray.
This one right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. I like that.
I think that is one of the coolest new elements that they've put out recently.
Tiles all around are great, and so any variation of tiles is always a good thing.
Totally.
And it's going to be set without the brick separator. So there's the orange brick separator you get in the first part of the set.
I think everyone now probably has a mountain of brick separator, because it's every set over, is it $30? What's when they start putting it in?
Something like that. Yeah, it doesn't have to be super giant, so you collect them pretty quickly because it's not like it's only the $400 sets they get them. So
yeah,
it's pretty crazy how fast you collect them.
I was looking online the other day. Someone had posted a creation that used brick separators as a Christmas tree. I think I saw it somewhere. And then people started commenting with other creations that used brick separators, and there was a really cool spaceship. And so, you gotta, maybe that's gonna be a thing, when these are completely pervasive and everyone has hundreds because they've been out for years. Then brick separator creations, that will be the newest thing.
Yeah, one that popped in mind. I know Simon Liu, I think, has built at least one, but I think probably several with the different versions of the brick separators, the little spaceships. I know.
Totally.
So yeah, a lot of those kind of corner tile pieces so far at the beginning of this.
I am very, very appreciative of the fact that the set is broken down into separate bags, though. I have to admit, I didn't really appreciate that until I built a set from 2003 during the 24-hour live stream. And I was confronted with just a mountain of pieces, and I had to just kind of sort through and figure out what was going on all on my own. And completely depressing. Just kind of overwhelming a little. Fun, interesting challenge, just not cool.
Yeah, it's definitely a weird feeling when you pick up an older set like that and go to build it and see the different, it was definitely harder back then even with the instructions. It wasn't
like, full respect for people that built like large sets frequently back in the day, as it were.
Yeah.
That is impressive.
Yeah, they've got, I think, how many sets here? Like 13?
I think, yeah, in excess of 12 or 13,
yeah.
Something like that. Just a little massive.
There's also, at least at this beginning stage, several of these kind of brick face pieces. So I'm ever since those first came out, I always like getting more of those. I found that they're really useful for like castle builds, any type of old, you want to look like an old brick style build. They're really nice for.
Totally. I think that is probably one of my favorite like new elements, just because it's like the grill bricks, like cooler cousin.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I do think it's interesting. Have you gotten to the part where they sandwich one of the relief bricks inside of a bunch of other elements? So it's like they really could have just put a normal 1x2 in there, but they just put a relief brick. But you can't really see the fact that it's a relief brick. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's interesting, huh?
It's like that new Ghostbusters firehouse has like it's all double wall. Did you see that?
I've not. How does that work?
So it's like the outer is dark red and the inner is a different color, I think.
So right, okay.
That's like, oh my gosh. I wonder how much cheaper the set would have been if it was single wall.
Yeah.
It's a little crazy. Just a little. Pretty crazy cool, though.
Somebody commented and said that Matthew Bishop, thank you for the comment, said that he heard the brick separators come in every set over 500 pieces. So
okay, I'll take that as fact. I think that's facts.
Accept that as the truth right now.
The truth.
Let's see.
It's like a sea of blay.
It is, yeah. And then the one piece here that I showed earlier.
What's that color? Medium azure, some kind of azure, dark azure?
Like that, yeah.
I want to say dark azure. Can someone in the comments research that? I feel like we could leverage the power of the crowd right now to determine if this is in fact dark azure.
Feel free to comment with the official color on that. It's really hard to keep track.
This is where you viewing public come in. Yeah, I think Friends introduced so many new colors, and there's so many they are all prefaced with medium or dark or light that it's just a little overwhelming sometimes.
Yeah, you have a lot of variations going on.
An awful lot of variations.
Actually, just these, they comes with 3 of these big tan plates, which are always nice if you're trying to need something to cover like a sand look or something on a large area.
Yeah. It's 16 by 16? Isn't that the?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, those things are so sweet. They're relatively expensive on Brickline.
They are.
They always are. Yeah, like a couple dollars, right? Or commensurate with their value, of course, but
Mm-hmm.
expensive nonetheless. Yeah, large landscapes, right?
Let's see here. So here's how we're looking so far.
Coming along.
A little bit of color in there.
Pretty good. I think we're about almost on the same part here, Josh.
I'm just starting step 8.
Yep, right there with you.
So what, do you own many of the other Ninjago sets? Would you say you're like a fan of this line overall, or what are your thoughts? It's been out now, how long? It's 4 or 5 years, has it been out now?
Yeah, I remember when it first came out, it was like kind of such a sort of out of left field type of thing. I was really kind of perplexed by it. So I think I have a lot of the initial run. I went out and I was trying to get a couple here or there, but it's kind of like the collectible minifigs. It's like after a certain run of, I'm like, oh wow, another series. Wow, awesome. Hard to like. I'm not like totally married to the range. Like the modulars, it's like one a year. Even though they've been coming out since like 2007, it's still like a big deal. But yeah, Ninjago, I love it, but I can't keep up with it. There's just so much.
Yeah, that's very. This is like the they kind of released the sets in waves. I think this is is it the second or third kind of group of sets that this one came out with?
I
want to say this is like the third kind of
ignorant.
Third iteration of like, because they have kind of different themes throughout them. So this is like the Airjitzu one. I could be wrong, but I want to say it's about the third kind of group of sets.
Huh.
Throughout them. So this is like the air. Let's see. You get a couple of these kind of mail pouch things almost. You can see that there.
I just paid a visit to the comments section. Very interesting.
Good stuff. Let's see. I just noticed it comes with an orange fish. If you can see that there. Not quite sure what they're pouring in the waters here by the temple, but I don't think that's a good sign.
Does seem a little troubling. Maybe they're suffering from some sort of industrial pollution problem. I would love to see someone speed build this temple. I wonder when would fatigue set in.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Become numb at a certain point, I think.
It definitely, I don't know, speed building this would not be easy. Quite large.
Ugh. You notice the Stafford slopes?
Is that the
1x2 with a little bit sticking above?
Yes. Okay, I did notice that.
They're also apparently called Stafford slippers. I thought that was because they do look like a slipper.
They do, yeah. Now that you mention it, I hadn't thought about that before. They do kind of look like slippers.
I heard that one the other day. I thought that was pretty cool. But they are interesting. In this set, this is the first time I've noticed that it has like a sort of a matte finish on it. You notice that?
Yeah, okay, I see what you're.
Previous iterations, I want to say it was not matte. It was a little bit more reflective, kind of like a cheese slope.
I think so. Because, yeah, I don't remember it being like that. And it almost feels chintzier when it's when it's not the cheese slope style. I don't know.
It's like the roof elements, how the roof elements have different relief textures.
Right.
I want to say I read like a high level sort of analysis of why that's the case. I think it has something to do with like the play of but I can't really comment. There probably is a really interesting rationale for why they do what they do. There always is, right?
We hope so, at least.
Yeah, nothing just is.
Here's the sticker sheet, by the way. So, are you generally a sticker person, or you avoid that so that if you want to use the pieces later?
It depends on the set. I think like sometimes I just sort of like to appreciate just the naked set without stickers, if that doesn't sound too creepy. But like for this one, I think I'm just gonna go without stickers, just because I kind of like the stickerless look sometimes. But yeah, I think in like unless I want to keep it together forever, I typically will avoid putting stickers on, just because I typically will break it down and use the set for parts later on.
Right.
Some pretty interesting Knights parts usage already. We have like a miner's hat, and then the miner's hat goes into a microphone piece, and then there's a faucet tap on top, and so it makes like a little sink. I could probably hold this up to the camera and get some nice macro zoom, but
okay. So you can see it there. So there's the miner's hat with the water in it. Yeah, that is really. I saw that miner's hat and wondered what it would be used for, because I didn't really think they were going to have miners, but that's interesting.
Very nifty. Interesting. I think it's always important to keep in mind, like there is always like a narrative behind these kind of sets, right?
Mm-hmm. Like as far as as you build it, or
so like it's always like a story like being told, like some kind of attack, or I feel like I frequently forget that, but like I'm seeing now like this sort of, it's like stashed with supplies, I guess, like there's bread and there are apples and fish and a little faucet. So this is like some kind of kitchen storehouse. Maybe they're like trying to guard it. You know what I mean?
Kind of like preparing for a siege type of thing. You got to have supplies ready.
Exactly.
Yeah.
To feed the militia. No comment.
No.
Next topic.
There are also some of those cookies in here that you get in. I know like the one winter set has it, and I'm sure several others. Off the top of my head, that's the one that I think of when I see those, is the one winter.
Yeah, they always appear in those kind of holiday or.
Yeah.
Have you looked at the new 2016 creator range at all, Josh?
Not super closely. I think I might have glanced at them, but I don't remember anything too. Was there something that really caught your eye?
I just like as a whole, I feel like the creator range is. I mean, I guess that's the closest to my heart. I just like the creator sets. I don't know if that's like saying like you like mashed potatoes or something, but those are like the coolest sets in the world to me. Like I have the set with the cat.
Oh yeah, okay.
Probably one of my favorite sets that Lego's put out recently, and then the fighter jet Mike Psyche.
Mm-hmm.
And the town buildings and all that stuff. That's just but the 2016 range, it's like, oh my goodness, like I want it all. It really is just amazing. The new home, the new they have some new animals, new aircraft, the little plane.
There's definitely something to be said for, as much as I love minifigs, like having just like a standalone set, like not worrying about the minifigs, making like a really neat, like defined model. There's definitely something to be said for that, I guess.
Oh yeah, and even then, like you remember like the creator sets from like 2000, I don't know, 8 or 7, years and years ago, used to not include minifigs. Like the houses never had minifigs.
Oh right, yeah.
Past a certain point, I want to say like 2010 or so, they started to minifigs like kind of made an appearance again, or not again for the first time in the creator range. But I think that like the minifigless models are brilliant, and then the little houses do have some minifigs, but just a great range. Well, we're getting some height here now.
We are. It looks like we're working on this building right here. This kind of the one with the greenish color in it.
Yeah.
That's the one we're working on first here.
It's a very stable build, but it's totally like kind of skeletal, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Impressive.
They always do a really good job with sets like this that have kind of the, you look around here, kind of the rundown, kind of rocky look to it. They do a really good job with that, I think, on most sets of making that look authentic and, you know, not too like formal or not weird patterns or anything. It looks really authentic with like the rundown look to it.
Yeah, it doesn't look overly like too high concept or anything.
Right.
I always think it's interesting to think about like sets that are this big are basically like I don't know, like a really big like retail store or something. And like how many parts of the set do you think like fall through the cracks? You know, like that just are kind of ignored. I feel like there really aren't that many.
Right. They really, you know, pay attention to I think pretty much all the details here. It's pretty crazy how they're able to do that. So yeah, and it's really interesting to talk. If anyone watching has not seen our talk with you know, any of the designers we've had on, like Mike, who Matthew mentioned earlier, definitely encourage you to check that out. It's really interesting to hear kind of how that works and what goes into working on these sets.
It is as impressive as like any real like creative endeavor out there, you know, painting or it's like a total art. And kind of a science too.
Yeah, the other crazy thing that I was thinking is interesting is a lot of it is kind of like teams of people. So it's not like you can kind of just do it all yourself, the entire thing. All the sets are worked on by maybe several people will pass the project from one person to another. Team working on the set all at once.
Yeah, and that kind of like collaborative mentality,
Yeah.
with like decision making or creative problem solving. It's pretty cool. Well, I'm on to bag 2, I believe.
I'm getting very close, not quite there yet.
We'll ruin the audio track here just a little bit. Are you a bag saver, Josh?
I am not. No, I generally say I'll save things like this. I'll save this for the instructions to put in the put the instructions in later, but I don't save just your general like use type.
Yeah, I think it's like mostly not worth it. I think if I had one of those heat sealers, excuse me, oh, I probably would save bags just because it would be worth it if I had a heat sealer.
Yeah, that's true. You could do more with it in the future then.
Yeah. Let's see. Wow, lots of garage elements. Oh, that's for the roof. Oh, that's totally cool. The garage doors for the roof.
Oh yeah, I noticed that on the front cover. I thought that's what it looked like, but I wasn't quite
totally
sure.
Sick. Yeah, that is totally sick.
That's awesome. It's like they've got some of these, the little tiny statue type pieces here. They've got a couple of them to kind of use as like decorations at the doorway of the building, which works really well on this kind of Asian architecture type builds. So I think that finishes the first part for me here. Leave that to the side. So we ended up with a couple minifigs at the end of this part. Not sure how many are in the second one. here. Okay. Opening this. Yeah, here's all the garage pieces Matthew mentioned.
Yep.
In their own separate parts.
So Josh, is watching two people build a Lego set akin to watching paint dry?
I suppose it depends on what you enjoy, what type of media you consume on a normal basis. But I would say it's decently entertaining.
Decently. I'm sure we're not offering as wonderful a commentary as we could be if we completely we spent hours preparing with liner notes and different critiques and interesting sides, but we do what we can.
Yeah, we do our best here, so feel free to comment with any critiques as well, things you'd like. If we do more live builds in the future, things you'd like to see us do maybe with the set or something, we're always open to ideas. Also, a lot of golden weapons in this second part.
Total, massive amount of golden weapons. And they're rubbery, and they're on the sprue. These are the little throwing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to attempt to correctly identify that element or weapon.
It's like a throwing star kind of thing.
Throwy thingy.
And as you can tell, the second parts are just adding on to this. You don't start a whole new vignette or model yet. You just continue working on this one from the first part.
Totally better to break that up than to try and dump out all of the elements at once and oof.
That's right.
Oh my gosh.
Looks like you got a couple big brown arches here. So if you need, if you're an arch person, you can do a lot of things with these big arches.
And arches in brown are a very not common. There are not that many options for arches in brown. So always nice to see more arches in brown. I think these arches in brown are common. But what is it? The 1x8 by 2 arch that's not appeared in brown, as far as I know. I believe that's come up in numerous interviews and talks with builders.
There's always this 5 or 10 pieces that people have wanted for a long time.
Oh yeah.
So you hear about them frequently. So anyone watching right now that was a fan of the original Ninja line, did anyone have any favorite set? You can maybe comment with your favorite set was from the original Ninja line. There were some really cool ones. I don't think they had anything, as far as I can remember, quite this big. I might be.
Yeah, I don't think that they totally not.
Nothing of this scale.
No. I'd imagine, I guess back in the day, most of their product creation process, I suppose it wasn't computerized, right?
Right. I don't think, obviously before easy access to computers were a thing, yeah.
Or even I wonder when they automated the parts. I bet that could have been automated without computers before. But like, I just wonder how much manual labor was involved in packing Lego sets. At what point, you know? It's mostly automated now, right?
Right. Yeah. Get a lot of robots, that type of thing, in the packing.
Can you imagine trying to make a set of this scale and complexity like in 1950 or something? To have like 500 people on a packing line or some kind of all these elements in production at once. You know, different. I don't even want to think about the challenges.
I'm noticing some kind of little plant pieces as well in this kind of olive green, I believe, color. So if you don't, this is kind of an interesting, not your usual plant color piece there.
I remember for the longest time it was green, and then I think they appeared in some obscure set in brown once or twice, and so like brown plant stems were like so expensive.
And then the Prince of Persia, I think, did they have them in like tan there, and maybe in some other sets as well, but I think I remember them in Prince of Persia. Did they have them in tan, I believe?
I think so, yeah. And, you know, now kind of sort of open that up a little bit more. There was it Steve Burrell, though. Altbricks, didn't they? He came out with alternate color plant stems long before Lego, right?
Yeah.
Same with the leaves.
Yeah, the leaves as well. He was.
Steve's like 2 years ahead of the curve.
Which was definitely a good gap to fill there, because I think, you know, obviously people want different seasons of trees that they can build, so that was a really good product to come out with.
Definitely.
So this does, I just noticed the box does say age is 14 plus on this, so that does seem like about an appropriate age, how it being with the size of the set. I would say that much, I don't know, I'm sure some under 14-year-olds could build this, but it is definitely a more advanced set, especially for the Ninjago line.
I feel like it's not even a question of cognitive ability, but more like attention span or something.
Yeah, well, that is true as well. You might take like a month to get through it.
I totally like would not be able to like just casually do this after getting home from like middle school or something. I don't know. Yeah, it's a little much. I'm still thinking like building this in one sitting is a little much. What do you think?
Yeah, it's pretty intense
for one sitting. Maybe I have really low standard. I think that's what it is.
We'll see how fast we get through here. I'm definitely the type that takes my time with builds, like really enjoy, you know, all parts of it. So I think I'd probably take longer than your average builder to put a set together.
Yeah. No speed building here. I think what we need is a camera mounted above. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like overhead. How easy would that be to do?
Well, you could get like another. We'd have to get like another webcam or something and be able to switch back and forth.
Yeah, like one more webcam and then mount it, like I guess just on a rig or something, like just sort of suspend it over the build table.
Like news stations will do when they have like a wide shot of the studio.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of cool. Then we could just have the top-down view running.
Oh no, here is an interesting, this kind of gate piece here with the interesting patterns in it. The greenish.
Oh yes.
That's really neat.
Another Steve Borelli.
Right.
Another like the alt bricks, like the same panel piece like that, but How long ago? He definitely was. That is actually kind of remarkable to think about, isn't it? Is that a train yard?
Yes. Can you hear the train going by down the road?
In a real yard.
All the train heads out there will appreciate that sound going by.
Whoa, real fanny.
Yeah, this is their like prime time right now. They like to go by and blow their whistles as loud as possible just to make themselves known.
Make sure they don't hurt anyone.
The funny thing is, like, I'm not even that close to it, and I can hear it pretty. Like, some of these people that live basically on the tracks, I don't even want to know what that sounds like.
I cannot imagine. I live miles and miles and miles away from a train track, but I still, like, every day will always, like, hear, at least one or two, just kind of when I'm outside or. Sometimes, though, what is it? They have like no blow zones where, like, like a school or like a large residential.
And I think what happens is they end the zone ends right before my area, and so that's why they're blowing it so much here, because they can finally do it.
Yeah. Better safe than sorry, I guess. And this is the part where I now assemble a large amount of garage doors.
Yeah, I've been working on that myself here.
How many is it on each side?
I think it's 8. Yeah,
that's right.
8.
I always thought the garage door element was one of the more interesting pieces.
It's certainly different. Like, yeah, the flexibility of it, you can create things like a roof out of it, because it is.
And it fits in the little wedge bricks or whatever for the door. When you're actually got like a garage door setup going, and then it clips into a little clip so you can do things like this with it. Very versatile.
Yeah, that actually makes for a really cool roof effect.
What was it in? It was a Cafe Corner set, wasn't it? Was it the Grand Emporium? Or was it the Fire Brigade? The Fire Brigade, where they use the garage doors like a little skylight kind of thing?
I have actually never built the Fire Brigade, so I'm not sure.
I want to say I'm not mistaken. One or the other.
Shout out to Tristan in the comments. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for watching the videos. Hope you're enjoying the live stream here, and everyone else that joined us as well.
Woohoo Lego sets.
So this is kind of the first time of just a normal live stream. We've done the 24-hour live streams, if you guys have seen that with Creations for Charity, but this is the first time that just Matthew and I have done a set build like this.
I guess we've done it with Mike before, just to do it with a designer.
Right.
But yeah, this is like the first. Hey, let's just build a Lego set. That's I guess that's what we're doing.
Is it just me, or is the roof piece too wide to fit in there? The golden pieces you're supposed to hook it into.
Oh, press it in.
Yeah, I'm having to do that.
Yeah, it didn't fit all the way even after pressing it in. It's sort of like halfway hold.
Okay.
I suppose that's intentional. That or I messed up something. So Bricks LA is happening at the end of the week, right?
I believe so, yeah. So this is the second year, I think, for that event.
And last year, what was it? Was it during the spring or summer? Was it a different time?
Yeah, they did it last minute in like April or something like that, I want to say.
Yeah, like they announced a couple weeks ahead of time.
So I think there was a bit more planning put into the event this year.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said for just getting something out the door, even if it's just kind of a small scale. Sort of respect the ethos of that.
Yeah, it's cool to see a convention in, LA area there.
California.
It will be interesting to see how that grows over the years. I don't know if they're adding. I'm trying to remember. Did they say if they're adding space this year versus last year? Do they have like a new?
I believe so. Yeah. It was a really tiny little thing last year. I think it's going to be.
That's what I was thinking.
John Langrish, our loyal friend from Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, will be in attendance.
That's right. And actually, that's a good time to mention, if for people who aren't familiar with Brick Can as well.
Yes, Vancouver's first LEGO convention. That actually does look like a really exciting event.
Definitely, yeah, that should be really cool.
Should we make the trek out there, Josh?
I don't know. All the way out to Canada.
Ugh. I feel like the cheapest best option would be what? Fly to Seattle and then take like a bus or just take a car with someone?
Something like that.
Because like flying into Canada or flying internationally at any time is always going to be the more expensive option, right?
Yeah, that's true. So they do like to push that the dollar is really good compared to the American dollar is really good compared to the Canadian dollar right now. So
very true.
Save yourself some money that way.
Yeah, I wonder, would it be cheaper to fly from Buffalo to Seattle, or would it be cheaper to fly from like Toronto to Vancouver? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's kind of getting into Canada first, then flying versus.
Yeah, like or Canadian domestic flights. I've never thought about this until now. I don't even know why it's relevant or worth thinking about, but that's interesting. So if you lived on the border, you could leverage your ability to go to Vancouver to catch a flight, or you could go into America and fly from Seattle to Buffalo. I'm going to have to look into that.
Maybe if there are any Canadians in the live stream here, you can give us some insight into the best way to fly there.
Yeah, any savvy Priceline users out there?
It would be cool to make it out there because I don't think I'll be able to. I'll be otherwise occupied during BrickFest Toronto this year, so I'm not going to be able to make it back there. So it would be cool to make it to a different Canadian convention.
I have a question. Why did you choose the name Beyond the Brick for this channel? Asks Tristan. Well, Josh?
Yeah, that is an interesting story, isn't it? So let's see. Where's the best place to start with that? So we
Kevin Hinkle. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, Kevin Hinkle is like the main reason. So if you aren't familiar with Kevin Hinkle, he is the kind of LEGO community representative here for like North America, South America.
The Americas.
Yes, the Americas. And so we used to do the show as an audio only podcast, and it was called a look at Lego, and we were talking with Kevin Hinkle and about the name and about the show and everything. We actually had him on the show, and after talking to him some more, he mentioned that the name A Look at Lego, having the word Lego in it, might be an issue with the Lego legal team, who you do not want to be on the wrong side of.
They have lots of money and they're not afraid to use it.
Yes. And so he mentioned that might be an issue, in that before we continued to do, more episodes and got bigger, we should change the name. And we actually kind of discussed with Kevin, what would be some good names, what any suggestions he had. And he actually kind of came up with the name Beyond the Brick, because we were kind of going for, brick is obviously kind of the accepted word instead of Lego. So you see the word brick in a lot of websites and everything when they don't want to use the word Lego. And we decided Beyond the Brick because we're kind of showing, the builders and stuff beyond just the basic creations and stuff. So we thought that was a really good name, and we went with it. So Kevin kind of he and also gave us the new one.
Yeah. Smart cookie.
But yeah, that's how the name Beyond the Brick came about. Good question, by the way.
And Hinkle, if you're watching, love you, bro.
For sure.
Kevin told me he did a lot of Lego sorting over Christmas break.
That's always good. You get some free time. I know when he joined us on the 24-hour live stream, he was always, what was he saying? He wanted someone to make a documentary about Lego sorting and shoot it at his house. So
yeah, some kind of like sort of A&E special type of thing.
Just in a large ploy to get his Lego sorted.
Yeah, that would be amazing. Fly in some kind of labor force, or like Lego sorters task force, and they just go around the country sorting Lego different people's houses. I bet you we could sell that to a network, Josh. What do you think?
Hey, that would be more interesting than a lot of things out there.
I would watch that over the Kardashians any day.
Definitely.
Lego Sorters Anonymous, and it's just like some kind of like collective that just goes around sorting people's Lego, vigilante status. Break into your house, sort your Lego.
And then you wake up the next morning.
You come home, your Lego room's been tidied up, and there's a free Lego set waiting for you, and cookies been baked. And it's like that show. Was it a Jamie Oliver show? Some kind of cooking show. I don't remember who it was, but it was like I think it was like someone's friend would let them into the house and they'd show them how to cook or something.
Oh, okay.
It's like against the will of the person that was actually not against the will, but they didn't really have any say in it.
Yeah.
Or even like that What to Wear show where they would dress people. If people were like, yeah, she can't dress herself, they'd show her what to.
Like a self-help type of show.
It'd be like a self-help show for like Lego sorters. We'll show you how to sort your Lego. I feel like this is a rather attractive idea. So copyright Beyond the Brick 2016. No one else. This idea is.
That's right.
You heard it first here.
So this is moving along nicely. Got the roof part's done here, and then kind of finishing up. Where are you looking at, Matthew? Looks like you're about done with the second part.
Yep, I've got a couple pieces left here.
Impressive set so far. I like it. Some cool parts.
Rather nice. Have you put the second garage door bit on?
No, I have not. Or is there? Well, no, the top part. No, I have not yet.
Okay.
I think I'm going to be on that soon here.
Interesting.
Let's see. Some of these, I think there's several of these. What is this, like a 1x4 brown long slope?
Oh, yes.
Several of those.
Interesting piece. And they kind of just, are they're sort of just hanging out there, aren't they?
They are.
little weird. Do you think the fact that LEGO releases so many sets on January 1st is kind of interesting?
I guess they want to get a good kickoff on the new year or something.
So like the non-exclusive sets are easy to get before the new year, because but like since the distribution channels are limited for you know, the $200, $150 or what have you sets, I guess those are the only ones that are like really only available on New Year's Day. I just think that's kind of interesting. I was like, this year for the Ghostbusters and the Brick Bank set, it was like I was looking at photos of like lines of people waiting to get into the LEGO store in the morning. You know?
Yeah.
Amazing.
I guess they're kind of, I don't know, has LEGO gotten down like like an Apple style hype thing now?
Totally, right? Yeah, like the new iPhone or something.
Yeah.
Oh, the new LEGO set. I feel like they could even like leverage it more than they are, or maybe not. I don't know. It's kind of a weird phenomenon. Like to have like LEGO release dates. Have Kelker Christensen give Steve Jobs-esque presentation.
That would be awesome.
They kind of do already with the design videos, but
Sort of, yeah.
This would be like a stage event.
Yeah.
Held at like a barn in Denmark in the middle of the winter or something. Try and get all this national journalists and international media. Show up for the unveiling of the new 2016 line. LEGO could just have its own toy fair. That's actually an interesting idea, isn't it?
It is.
LEGO had its own LEGO people, if you're listening. Forward that to the relevant parties. We should just rename this like a stream of consciousness idea sharing session.
There's just somebody like writing all these down right now.
Yeah. Realistically, like how many people out there, maybe the comments can sort of sound off on this, but how many people build a LEGO set with another person, both at the same time? Like, do you ever just like both get the same set and then sit in a room and build it together? Because I personally done that only on a few occasions. Most of the time, it's you know, sort of a solo affair.
Right.
So I don't know what is proper LEGO set building, collaborative LEGO set building etiquette. What does it look like? Right?
Yeah, and then sometimes it's nice to just kind of like sit down by yourself. Like you've had like a lot of people build because it's like de-stresses or whatever. So you're kind of looking. You don't really want to be with a bunch of other people or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. You spent like all day in an office, you know, working on this or that, and the last thing you want to do is like sit and have to worry about some other person while you're building your LEGO set, and you know.
Yeah, that second roof layer really adds a lot. Makes it look real nice.
I didn't know that the end of the fishing pole can be gripped by a minifig hand.
I mean, which end here? This end here?
Yeah, the very end of it. It's like the crab is gripping. I was not aware of that connection. Interesting.
I wonder if they've changed that over the years. Is that not the original?
It's always been like that because I think that the fishing string or whatever is always like it winds through the tip or whatever and then comes back down.
So yeah, it looks like the set is kind of designed around almost like a lagoon swamp kind of thing. So that's why you see like a lot of like fishing poles, water related things. There's a bridge it looks like you build later.
Yeah. I'm totally looking forward to that bridge build, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm most excited about that. All right. I believe that is done though. How are we looking, Hanlon?
I'm real close here. Got these fishing poles to put on, maybe some plants, and I think that about wraps it up on this one. Let's see.
I'm now taking some time to glance at the comments here. How much does it cost? Johnson Mark asked quite a while ago. I believe 199 USD.
Yeah, that I believe is correct. Making it, I think, the most expensive Ninjago set out right now. I've always loved stacking these, like they have stacking these little plant pieces together to make kind of like reed type of things almost. I've always thought that looked neat.
Yeah. I really like the new ball end on the fire reel, says Daniel Brickson. I would have to concur with you. Very interesting.
Starting part 3.
Already.
Looks like it's this bluish building right here, which when I first saw that reminded me a lot of the Medieval Market Village blue set. It's kind of got the brown.
Kind of the old world sort of aesthetic.
It's almost an more Asian version of that.
Well, something interesting to note is that each of these bags has a QR code on it. You see that?
They do, yeah.
Do you have your phone with you, Josh? Well, I don't have mine right now. You should pull it out. Do you have a QR code scanner?
I don't, unfortunately, so.
I wonder what that does, though. I bet you, what do you think, instructions or some kind of video?
Or it might just be like, is it for people packing it or something? Is it what?
No, it's like, so it's different for each bag.
Okay.
I mean, if it's I'm sure it's some kind of, you scan it and it takes you somewhere. I've never seen that before. I've also never seen bags with these white stripes on them. Maybe that's just because I haven't built a big Lego set recently.
Trying to look on the box, I don't see anything on the box about like saying scan the QR code or anything.
Yeah, that's what I wonder if they say in the beginning of the instructions.
See if they say anything at the beginning of the instructions.
Yeah, they don't really. They have a QR code of the brick separator instruction thing, but they don't say anything about scanning it. I wonder if it's like some kind of secret thing. Maybe it's not that secret or cool at all.
For Jack Ultra Gamer number of pieces, it's just over 2,000. I think it was like 2,027 or something like that, I want to say.
Yep.
Looking to get a few more minifigs, starting part 3 here.
Yep. So a lot of people are kind of balking at the cost of the Ghostbusters headquarters set. But when you look at the amount of elements in the Ghostbusters headquarters set, it's really kind of a good deal, actually. Because isn't it in excess of 3,000 pieces?
It's something like that. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
So what is the rule is still 10 cents per piece is about.
That is kind of what I've always heard now. Yeah, it seems like that's been like that for a while. So you would think eventually we should kind of update it.
Yeah. Inflation.
Yeah. I'm not sure do you know the like origin, like who, like where that comes from? The 10, like that's what makes it good. They just kind of
I feel like it's just kind of the wisdom of the crowd or something. Maybe someone on a forum somewhere first kind of talked about it a long time ago. I'm sure some kind of internet Lego historian could dig up where that comes from. I always remember Aphel's talking about that and people in the comment sections on Brickset and all these sites.
Right. I'm loving the ninja helmets in this set. There's some like really neat. They're kind of like hood helmet things.
They sort of have the bi-level like
right. It looks like something you'd see in like a third-party custom minifig design.
That's a compliment. So I'm taking it that it's some kind of invasion force because they're like the yellow figs that are like dressed like kind of Western looking, and then there's the ninja warriors.
Right. So I guess that some of the ninja warriors would be kind of like attacking the peaceful temple dwellers.
He decided to pass on his legacy and started accepting students. In the beginning, he was a respected and admired master, and students even raised a statue in front of the temple in his honor. But knowing his time was coming to an end, he became impatient and was very hard on students who failed to live up to a strict code of discipline and unusual training methods, locking up his students in the attic to give them time to reflect on why they failed in an Airjitzu training session, common practice. Holy crap, that's dark. There's known of what went on behind the walls, but the fact that none of his students ever left the temple gave rise to much speculation, legend, and rumors. Master Yang became known as the sensei without students, and people made sure to keep their distance from the temple. Well, that's a little frightening and horrific.
That's very true. It really took a dark turn there.
And now I know why I never read the beginning intro. Oh my gosh. Well then, I think the inclusion of the like design sketches and stuff, that is totally awesome.
Right, I love. Yeah, that was really.
That is so freaking cool. But yeah, kind of a dark little story there.
I feel like this whole the whole line kind of took a turn for like the darker side, sort of like all of these latest sets. It's kind of more like you just look at the pieces and everything.
Yeah.
It's not as sunshiny as before.
Totally not. Oh, interesting comment here from Matthew Bishop. He says that there are 4,624 pieces in the Ghostbusters Firehouse set. So when I said good value, I mean really good value. For $350, 4,600 pieces. So that is a pretty great, I guess, like economy of scale or something. That is totally cool.
So that's now just the two Ghostbusters set, right? The Echo one and the latest set.
Yeah. But the Ghostbusters, you have to buy the Ecto one separately, right? Is it still out?
I'm not. I don't think so. Maybe
it is.
Well, maybe they. I feel like those types of sets go out so fast, like they're barely around, and then you can't get them anymore.
I wonder what the market or the rationale of the marketing behind, or like whatever production decision. Do you think it's interesting? So it's like The Simpsons, right? It was the collectible minifig range, and then the Quickie Mart and the Simpsons house. But outside of that, there was no other sets, nothing. And then for the Ghostbusters, it was the Ecto 1, and that's it. You know what I mean? And I guess Lego Dimensions for both the Simpsons and the Ghostbusters, but there's no like range of $10, $12.
Right, they don't have the whole 5-6 sets from 20 to 100 or whatever like they normally do.
Maybe as a child of the 90s, I think that the Simpsons and the Ghostbusters have a far more broader appeal than they actually do. Do you think that might be the case?
That could be, yeah. It's really hard to, that's kind of the whole thing with a lot of the Lego Ideas sets is how much. You might be a huge fan of something, but that's because you grew up with it or whatever, and it's really not that many people are going to be interested in it like you would be.
Yeah, and then like you can even almost like I would be willing to go out on a limb and say like if it was just like a lame like $20 set, people wouldn't be really like willing to buy it, But if it's like this $350 like, and you're 25, 30 years old, and you like watch Ghostbusters as a kid, then you would be like, oh, that's awesome, this massive Lego set. I'm gonna buy it.
Right.
I bet you there's that dynamic exists. I know when I see like photos of celebrities or whatever, and like they're building Lego, or like a lot of like people interested in design or working in some kind of creative industry, they'll have like big Lego sets in their apartment outside of they're not like maybe AFOLs in a broader sense, but they just like those big Lego sets just because they think they're so cool. So I don't know. I think Lego knows what they're doing though.
Sure, or the architecture sets. You can do a lot too with the architecture sets.
Oh, there's so much to be said for architecture. Those architecture sets, like pushing the boundaries of like who's interested in buying. Like it kind of gets it into like different stores and different people that maybe previously wouldn't have been as interested in buying a Lego set. So I know I have friends that don't really do much Lego otherwise, but they do have like Lego architecture sets.
And they look great.
That phenomenon?
What's that?
Have you witnessed that, Josh?
Definitely, yeah. I mean, there's people, like especially older, like for instance, my grandma, who would never build a Lego set in her life. She is like a big fan of Frank Lloyd Wright, so obviously a lot of the architecture sets appeal to her. And she is like the falling water. She didn't build it herself, but she has the falling water on display in her house because she's a big fan of Frank Lloyd Wright stuff. So things like that. Someone might display a Lego set like that in their house where they would never display the fire station or something.
Exactly. Or like some of the bigger like sculptural sets, almost like that R2-D2.
Right.
So that's like just so totally awesome. Just kind of put it on your shelf if you are like into Star Wars or whatever.
Matthew Bishop just pointed out 7 cents a piece for the Ghostbusters firehouse is how that works out.
There you go. It's a good deal. A lot of dark red in that set.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wonder anybody's going to be parting out any Ghostbusters headquarters sets.
I'm sure they will be soon enough if they aren't now.
It's a real fire station in New York City, right? It is, yeah.
I believe so, yeah, if I remember correctly.
So I wonder if that's like how many real-world buildings outside of the architecture series are like rendered in Lego. I wonder if that's something. Yeah.
Huh.
I don't know. Maybe that's like one of the few. Can't really think of any. What do you think of those? The city skyline architecture sets?
I love those. Yeah. Whenever I think I first saw some of those on Brickset, and I thought those looked great. And from what I remember, I don't think the price was too terrible on them either. It was like I want to say like $40 maybe.
It was like 30 even actually.
Okay, 30, yeah. 30.
60 I think for the New York skyline because it has so many.
Yeah, I think those are really neat. You're kind of expanding what you can do with the architecture line there.
Yeah. I wonder what the licensing on that looks like. Do they have to pay licensing fees for the shape of the building? For each of them?
It would be interesting. I'm sure there's a lot of, they had to look into that, I'm sure, before working on it.
My favorite touch in, I think it was Venice, Berlin, and New York.
Yeah.
Berlin had the Berlin Wall rendered out.
Okay.
I thought that was super sweet.
Yeah, and there's obviously a market for that because you look at, conventions where these really good builders bring like their skyline builds basically and all these different kind of separate builds, obviously on a much bigger scale, and people always love those conventions, so there's clearly like an interest there for that type of set.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if like a convention had a building contest and everyone was supposed to build like the skyline in the same style as the architecture skyline sets for whatever city the convention's held in. So like Brick World Chicago or Seattle, and everyone sort of like had a little bit of a war of like what the best skyline build is. Not a war. Yeah. I believe the right word is contest.
Not a thinly veiled war.
Building war. Yeah, that's going to be the new word for contest. Building militia.
No, that could be cool. Yeah, kind of in that style.
Yeah, and this I would be interested to see what people come up with.
So it looks like this second building is, if you look at the floor layout, fairly similar to the first one we built. I think they're kind of each end on the main tower portion.
Yep. I feel like I'm starting to lag here with my building speed.
I don't know. I think it might take longer than we thought for this.
We'll be here till 4 in the morning.
You're gonna be pushing that 8-hour hangout limit.
Is it at 8 hours?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh God. I always think it's 4 hours for some reason.
I think it used to. I think it used to be. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Several years ago, I think.
Well, so Creations for Charity, I think our impact was very nice.
I think it went really well. How did that? How'd you end up like connecting with the people for that? Did you just kind of? Work out?
Just kind of contacted the charity arm, whatever, of the WakeMed hospital, and they kind of put me in contact with the right people, and well, all went very, very, very quickly, but very successful.
Yeah, Kim really, big shout out to Kim and the community sport team at Lego for sending those sets. They really came through, and we were able to get. If you guys haven't seen it, anybody watching, go to creationsforcharity.org, and you'll be able to see the sets that were donated because of the live stream, the ones that Matthew was able to donate there. Where'd you end up donating them to?
The WakeMed Hospital Foundation, and they in turn provide them to children in the hospital, like for an extended period of time or something, that want to kind of get their mind off, whatever illness they're facing. So it's like the doctors kind of bring that in to sort of lighten the mood or give them something to, smile about, what have you. A very good cause.
So yeah, if all goes as planned, for those who watch that, we hopefully will be doing another one next year, so you can look forward to that. Generally, probably about the same time.
We'll try to increase the pre-planning and awesomeness level of the whole thing. Try and send out some sets for people to build with us, or maybe do challenges like live.
We had two Lego designers join us this year, which was really cool, awesome. So Mike and Carl joined us, which was really neat.
That was a total highlight, yeah. And I think for the designers next year, if we were to have them join, we'll have it more of like an AMA kind of Reddit style.
Right.
So it'll just be like us or something, and then we'll have maybe some questions prepared in advance, and then also solicit questions as we're kind of building, but sort of to keep the like cacophony or whatever out of their faces.
Mm-hmm.
It is like totally crazy to have like 10 people or whatever the limit is.
Things can get a little out of control.
Little hot and heavy there.
This instruction booklet is quite something. This thing is pretty thick here. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, the binding, it's like I'm having to like bend it down.
Right.
Sort of bad about that.
It's built really well though. Like, I mean, it doesn't feel like it's going to fall apart or anything like that. Yeah, that's why these big instruction booklets are like collectibles just in themselves. They're so mad, and especially when you get like the story stuff and the drawing and stuff at the beginning. Do you know if they still do any of the like loop binding on any of the instruction booklets?
Outside of the Star Wars sets, I can't really think of it.
Okay, the Star Wars is what I think I've seen it in, but I wasn't.
I'm in the process of reading through some of the comments. See if I can pull out a few gems here. It is not a dark story. It is a light one because the teacher wanted to teach them the lesson of death. This is a comment by, 1 second, Heaven Law. So yeah, I can kind of concur with that a little bit. Andres Batista says, can you speak Spanish? Despite taking more than one Spanish class over the course of my educational career, no, I cannot speak Spanish.
Sadly.
Sad. Cameron Dillard says, check out my channel, please. All right, Cameron Dillard. Look at your channel there briefly. Very nice channel, Cameron Dillard. 7 cents a piece for the Ghostbusters Firehouse. Yes, yes. Architecture is amazing. I'm going to get it and build it like the real firehouse, so maybe by summer I will have some Ghostbusters minifigs for sale. Matthew Bishop. These people should be proud to work for LEGO and take time to build these Legos and make vids. This is The Collector and Reviewer. The Collector and Reviewer. Oh, okay, I see. Nice name. Well, if you're referring to us, we don't work for LEGO.
Clarify.
We are just fans, hobbyists. So no LEGO employees here. Maybe one day, or maybe not.
You never know.
Maybe not. Very nice. Ah.
Well, I do like these small bucket pieces, like little water pails almost.
Yeah.
Just really neat small pieces. Quite a few brown crates, some of the kind of 2x2 squares. So you get those in several sets, I know.
Never have enough. They were on the Pick-a-Brick wall at one point.
Oh, okay. So
that was a highlight. I haven't been to look at the new assortment of parts for the, I guess it would be like, what, the first quarter of 2016? The new monthly model build?
Oh, yeah.
So that's like the blessing and the curse of the monthly model build like program. So now they change out the parts on the wall more frequently, but you're like, quote unquote, not supposed to be able to put them in a Pick-a-Brick cup. That varies kind of store to store whether or not that rule is like upheld. But it is nice to see the sort of, I don't know, changing the concept a little bit.
It is, yeah. It's interesting to see how that works out. I know people, some negative opinions of that.
There are a few out there. I'm trying to make sure I haven't missed any pieces.
Yeah, I'm terrible about that. I think I get kind of lost in the build and don't really pay attention, and I'll just miss a piece here, a piece there, and look back. And most of the time, it's not a problem. Sometimes the problems are when it's like a complicated, like more Technic set or something like that. If you miss a pin or something you needed to put in a certain spot,
yeah,
then you kind of, it's a bit more difficult.
Like totally vital for the success of the build.
Yeah. Can you hear the trains again?
But of course. Some interesting techniques going on here. All these like I guess they're like panel pieces, snot panel pieces. Have you gotten to that part yet, Josh?
Yes, yeah, I see what you're saying.
It's an interesting geometry. I'm trying to kind of totally interesting geometry. I really like that.
You can see it sort of the bottom there.
Yeah. Pretty cool.
For instance, the other thing that not necessarily missing a piece, but making sure you use the right pieces. Like sometimes they'll use, like these corner pieces instead of like a 1x2 and a 1x1.
Yeah.
You got to make sure. That can be tricky sometimes as well if you aren't paying attention.
And then also what like dark blade versus light blade?
Yeah.
There's a lot of confusion there sometimes.
A lot of fairly long brown tiles like this. You have a lot of those throughout both parts of the sets we've done. Not tiles, plates.
I'm back in the comments section here. Love to build with Legos. The collector and reviewer. Very nice. Concur with that statement. Matthew Bishop says the New York City skyline is sold out online. Unfortunate. Daniel Brickson, how did you two even conjure the idea of starting this channel? Well, I'd say it basically goes back to the podcast and just interviewing people about their Lego creations, builds, what have you, and sort of sharing the narrative behind or beyond just the brick itself, and sort of talking and introducing like that human element. Right, Josh?
Right, definitely. Yeah, that's kind of what I mentioned earlier, just trying to talk to the builders and stuff about what inspires them to build, what other builders they admire, just things like that, just their builds in general. So definitely kind of made us want to do, and we wanted to get into more of the YouTube side of it because the video lends itself really nicely to being able to show creations rather than just like talk about them, which is just the audio only podcast like we used to do. The video is nice because you can actually show what you're talking about.
Definitely. Matthew Bishop says, what do you guys think of the new Technic sets and the Technic line in general? Well, I am not the biggest Technic aficionado in the world, but I must admit the Technic sets are always incredibly impressive, just with their, the intuitiveness of the build and all that kind of stuff. What are your thoughts, Josh?
Yeah, it's definitely one of those, like, it's especially good if you're looking for, like, a more challenging build, I think, because you can sit down and it's not, it's harder to put together than most of your standard builds, like maybe something like what we're working on, but it's definitely, and just the detail, the level of detail in some of them is amazing, like the cranes and stuff, whatever the build might be. It's really amazing what they're able to do with that. So yeah, and I have not looked too extensively at the newest line of Technic sets, so I'm not too sure about those, but definitely a fan of the line overall. So speaking of keeping up with like the latest, set releases, where do you, Matthew, where do you find is the best place to kind of keep an eye on that? Is there some place you go to for like the latest set news, or do you just like look in the stores?
I think, like everyone else, brick set, right?
Okay, yeah. I think that is the popular choice for many people.
Totally. And then beyond brick set, I don't know, what's your best secondary source, Josh?
To see what's new. Yeah, you see, you know, like people like Brothers Brick will do some stuff every once in a while, some posts about it, and then just also I don't follow it too closely online. I usually see a lot of new stuff in stores. I'll kind of, you know, whenever I go through the Lego aisle of a store or hit a Lego store occasionally, I'll take some time to look around and see what's new that I haven't seen before. So I know that's obviously not kind of keeping up with the latest right when the news comes out, but I know I'm not gonna...
favorite blogs is like that New Elementary,
right? Yeah,
the Arts blog, and so to like honestly, a lot of times I'll wait till they like do a little analysis or whatever on the set to talk about the pieces available in it, because I just find that to be utterly fascinating to know like what pieces are in the set and what makes that unique and so on and so on.
I know I'm not going to buy it right when it comes out anyway for 99% of sets, so I generally don't pay too close of attention and just kind of catch up later when stuff goes on sale.
Yeah. Did you get any good after Christmas sales this year, Josh?
I did use a little bit of my... I had some VIP points that were expiring, so I bought some stuff online from Lego. They had the chests, the Pirates chests on sale.
And what point did they expire?
It was like, yeah, I don't use them very often. I think it was a year or two they expired, so I'd had these for a while. I don't really buy online from Lego too often, so I just wanted to... I used up everything I had and got the Pirates chest set, and it was on sale online, so I'd been wanting that set anyway because those chest sets are pretty cool.
Yeah, I did see that go on sale. I thought that was pretty good. I hit up a few Targets after Christmas. Didn't really find too much in the way of sales, to be honest. No poly bags.
Oh, yeah, Target has had some amazing sales on those in past years.
Yeah, it's always like 50% off the day after the holiday. But not so much this year. Didn't really find much. I just got some 30% off creator sets. Always a good buy.
Yeah. I remember getting the little Toy Story poly set with the little Jeep thing and the Toy Story Green Army guy. They had those like some insane sale, like 99 cents each or something. After this was 3 or 4 years ago now.
Yeah.
After Christmas sale, that was crazy.
I remember getting Harry Potter poly bags, I think.
Yeah, okay.
A few days after Christmas, and I think I got, I don't know, 20 or something at the time, like $1 a piece. I could not believe it. And that was just by serendipity. It was like, this was like 2012 or something. I was just kind of at a Target.
If I remember correctly, back, I think when I got the Toy Story stuff, like they wouldn't even you'd have to scan it to figure out if it was what it was marked. Like they wouldn't actually mark it down.
They still never. I guess they would. They still don't really like mark it outright. But yeah, it's like those were totally like some incognito sales.
Yeah. So Daniel Brick's son said his main source is Flickr. So I think that's in response to kind of where you keep up with kind of set news and stuff. So a lot of people do post stuff on Flickr as well.
Flickr is a very good source for Lego news. I've been impressed. The Lego community or whatever on Instagram is definitely like a thing now, I believe.
Okay.
It's kind of a little weird to me still. More associate Instagram with like sunset pictures and Starbucks coffee cup pictures, but I guess you can share Lego creations there as well. Do you use Instagram at all?
I do not. No. I guess I've just never had a need for it. Yeah, I get no one I need. I've ever had a strong urge to follow on there.
Yeah.
But I know a lot of people use it and it's popular, so I imagine the Lego community will. Sounds like they've already started taking advantage of it.
Yep. Yep.
Now this is a really interesting kind of chimney fireplace design. So you kind of build it like that and then set it up. You've got your fire down here at the bottom and then your chimney at the top here.
That is very true. Well, bag 2 of... Is this bag 3?
3, I believe.
Oh, thank God. 10 more. Jesus. 9. Is it 9:57?
Yes, so it's 10 o'clock. So I think we kind of predicted 4 hours before we started, and I don't know about that prediction.
Slightly revised that estimate. Slightly.
We will see. So have you seen the new Star Wars movie yet?
I have not.
Oh, Matthew.
How could I? Once I saw they already made $1 billion, I figured I should just go out and treat myself to ice cream or something instead.
You're like, I'm not giving my money to those people.
Yeah, I not terribly invested in that whole franchise that much. Pretty cool. I like the older movies a lot. I don't know. I probably should go see it. I've turned down multiple requests or invitations.
I'm going to see it down in Indy here in the next week at the Indiana State Museum has an IMAX theater. It's one of them.
Oh, is it one of those like surround?
Right.
Kind of...
It's one of only like 15 in the country that has it set up like that, like full IMAX. And
I always think it's kind of bad that IMAX like now can refer to all the ones in the theater, you know? Like where a theater has IMAX set up, but it's not like one of those like 3D surround kind of thing. Those are so much different.
Right, yeah, that's true. But yeah, that should be interesting.
I always get seasick when I've been to a few of those. I always like it's like you're on a boat or something, or you know what I mean?
Sort of, yeah. I could see how that I could see that happening. Shout out to Jules Nest in Guatemala. Thanks for joining us.
Very cool. Envy your warm weather.
I'm really liking the design of this building. It's interesting.
It is pretty slick. There's a lot of interesting sort of pieces hanging off of things I'm starting to notice. Quite a few pieces just sort of hanging out.
I think I just finished the 3rd section here. So here's what, whoops, drop the ninja. So here's what you're looking at for after part 3. See the little ninja there.
I do believe you're ahead of me, Josh.
Oh boy.
What's wrong with the world?
Gotta catch up. Here's some. Part 4 has some cool leaves in store.
So what's your next local Lego show, Josh?
Let's see. I think Indy is probably the next somewhat major one. That's in March here, Brickworld, Indianapolis.
In the spring?
Yeah, that's in. So I think I can't think of anything else that's real close to me. I know there's some like Mishlog and the train clubs and stuff up in Michigan are fairly active. They seem to be doing a fair amount of shows each year, so that's cool.
You ever head up to?
I have not made it to any of their shows. I would really like to. A lot of it is kind of 2-3 hours away up in Michigan, which is kind of a hard drive when I have school going or something. To go 3 hours each way to, so it's kind of hard for me to get there. But I would really like to make it to one of those.
Just a little bit too long for a day trip.
Yeah. How about you? Any local shows going on there?
We have the local club event here at the end of January, so I think I'll be making it to that. I believe. I hope. Other than that, not really too much going on.
Matthew Bishop says he'll be displaying his city at Brickworld Indy, so that'll be cool. I'll see you there.
Heck yeah. Should I come out for that one, Josh?
You've never made it out for. Let's see. The only Brickworld events you made it to is Chicago, right? Have you made it to any of this
Tampa
one?
last year?
Oh, Tampa. Okay, yeah. Tampa.
Not last year before last year, actually. That's a
right.
A 12-hour drive for me? Yeah.
12-hour drive.
That's worthwhile.
It's not terrible.
Not horrible.
I think it's like 9.5 hours for me to Alabama. How far is that for you?
Yeah, it's like 6 hours or something. How long is it for you to go through Atlanta?
I would have to look. I don't know off the top of my head.
Could be interesting.
It would be cool to stop there.
Does the door open into the thing? That's weird. Right.
Yeah, I kind of thought that as well. That's how it's designed, though. It took me a second to make sure that was right, but
I'm sure Ninja building codes are different than American. So we asked the comment hive mind. This is something I always like to sort of pose to people, but what sort of maybe media property, fan site, or something exists out there already that is like for something else but the Lego fan community that you would like to see be done for the Lego fan community? So the example would be maybe like there should be CNN for Lego fans where they have Lego 24-hour news, which would be like totally not and, like really but like a more realistic example, maybe some kind of blog or some format. I always try and think about that myself. I've not really hit upon too many concepts, but I'm sure that there are some good ones.
It is interesting to think about, like, what kind of media can you bring in that is successful outside the community it would add value to the Lego community.
Exactly. So I think there's definitely like something out there. It's kind of like what we do. There's a lot of different people that kind of do what we do, but for like tech. They'll kind of talk to people that are building companies or doing product development stuff, and interview them about what they're working on, all that kind of stuff. All right, I'm gonna check out the comment section here. Creepy Old Man says, "What's the point?" WATS, the point of watching someone build. When Jay can do it, you are so.
Thank you for that quality comment.
Interesting comment, Creepy Old Man. Thankfully, Jules Nest has kindly commented that we're building or sorting the pieces just at the same time. So we are in fact building the Airjitzu Ninja Temple at the same time. And we're doing this because we think it's fun.
I think Jules was saying that a lot of people watching are also sorting with it, like at the same time while they're watching us. So that's kind of something to put on while you're sorting.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we do appreciate everyone who tunes in and watches here. It's always nice to have you join us and comment.
Of course. I just got $20 exosuit on Amazon Prime warehouse deals. What do you think? $20 exosuit, Josh?
Yeah, that sounds pretty decent, actually.
I might get that for a friend, actually.
Huh. Emergency Amazon shopping.
But of course.
Amazon does have some pretty amazing sales. You gotta kind of keep an eye on it, but if you watch it, you get some good stuff there.
It's all about warehouse deals, baby. I had not aware of what warehouse deals were, or I was not aware at all until someone pointed it out to me, and I was like, "No, wait, what?" And it's like, "No, really?" And it's totally real. Like they just have dented boxes or something?
Yeah, and I guess they just want to get rid of the stuff.
Cut the price down. So what's $20 down from $35? Comment Hive Mind.
I think it's called a good deal.
That would be a good deal. Old Man says, anyone want a keek? Okay. Is that how you say that? K-I-K-I-K? Something?
I think that's a good attempt. That number 4?
Yep. Nice and late to the game.
Nice use of a flexible minifig base plate here, down here. It's always interesting. They seem to kind of shoehorn those into a lot, not a ton of sets, but you see those every once in a while.
Yeah. Is that a bad price, Josh? I feel a little bit weird doing such a random impulse buy while I'm building a set.
That's what it's all about, the impulse buys.
I think $20 for a $35 set, that's what, not quite 50% off, but pretty close, 40, 35, 30 plus.
Something like that, yeah. It's not bad. For Lego these days, sales are harder to find than they used to be.
Oh, yeah. Especially on those kind of exclusive or ideas or...
Yeah.
always have trouble differentiating light and dark bluish gray in these sets.
Yeah, that's something you gotta.
Is it just like me going blind, or
no? The lighting is definitely not always the greatest.
It's like they could just brighten it up and it would be fine, but they don't.
You need like better ink.
Higher contrast, something. So what do you think 2016 will hold for LEGO Idea sets?
Well, let's see. There's several under review. The last review was weird because they didn't approve any, didn't they? I believe so.
The last review, they were like, sorry, but nah.
Yeah, pretty much. So, I don't know. The Marble is going to be released in 2016, correct? The Marble Maze game?
The what?
It's like the maze one. It's like a marble maze kind of thing.
Oh yeah, like the turntable sort of thing, almost.
Right.
Yeah. That's coming out. I think that might be the first one out in 2016. I'm very excited for that.
Yeah, right when that was, they said that was going to be a set. I was really excited. I thought that looked great.
That Jason, JK Brickworks, he's got one of the best channels for just outright just totally amazing creative.
He really does. Everything he does is just better than live. You can't even believe what you. It's crazy. See he has a great YouTube channel. So people watching, you should definitely. I think it's called JK Brickworks. Definitely check that out if you haven't, because got some crazy stuff over there.
I love his work. Yeah, need to get him on for something. Does he go to? He goes to conventions here or there. Was he at BrickFest Toronto?
I don't remember. I don't think he was, but I could be wrong. I don't remember if he was.
But yeah, really inspiring work that guy does. Does this part of this modular thing kind of pop off? Is that the idea?
It could be. I don't know. It kind of moves. I don't know if it pops off, but it just kind of lets you move it up and down, sort of.
Interesting.
It really is interesting how this is almost like an Asian version of the building from the medieval market village. I don't know if that was on purpose or they just kind of happened that way, but it definitely has a lot of similar elements, styles, the colors, the bricks, and everything.
The scale of it is almost sort of.
Yeah.
And also, maybe I don't know if I'm kind of rash or this is a little bit inappropriate, but non-standard use of pastel colors, right?
Right. Yeah. Somewhat.
Because I feel I don't know, that this light blue is a little not that accurate-ish.
That is true.
I'm no Japanese or Asian history, architecture, historian type of person, but and the same way for the medieval market village, right? Like the blue and the medieval England or whatever kind of. It's like if it was more like a sand blue, it would be a little bit better. It's too clean. What do you think?
Yeah, I think there's definitely. Yeah, I think that's in some ways that's definitely true. You kind of get that. Sometimes they do a good job of making it look kind of run down. Then sometimes they make it. I don't know. They can maybe make it look a little more realistic. I think maybe for that they were purposely going for a clean effect. They didn't. It
would be very Lego-y if it was really. You know what I mean?
Right. You're right.
Lego-y aesthetic.
They wanted the classic image of a medieval kind of market village, like bright, like a Disney thing almost. I think more like they weren't going for like realism in that.
Yeah.
So it's understandable.
Making like a totally invalid criticism on my part, or not even a criticism, just a. I wonder how many off-base critiques we could lob at the. Well, it doesn't have enough spaceships in it. Is
That's
really
right.
the problem.
Everything needs more spaceships.
It really needs more cowbell, I think.
That as well. Instead, they should include cowbell instead of the brick separators.
Yep, more cowbell. I don't think it's over 9,000.
That's true as well.
Is John? Has he finished his VW?
Oh man, I don't think so. He just really.
Really? Are you serious?
As far as I know, he hasn't.
He'll finish it before he goes to Brickroll Chicago 2016. That's
something. That's crazy.
Oh my gosh, that's kind of hilarious.
He's like, I don't know. He doesn't have the.
He puts 2 pieces on and then cries.
He can't sit down long enough to do it.
Oh boy.
I have a feeling I'm going to end up finishing that eventually.
Look, I'm sick and tired of this, John. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, I keep getting on him about it. See if I can get him to finish it eventually.
We should just, can he join us right now?
He is working, I believe. Actually, no, he's not.
Well, John, if you're watching this, get in here, finish that. I do like the way the roof sort of clips around the...
It does, yeah. It's
very cool. That makes like the same part of me that likes like cutting cake in like symmetrical pieces. I really like that.
Like a nice fit around the building.
Yeah. That's pretty.
So still only 4 minifigs at this point. So there's 12 total. So you don't really get going on the minifigs too fast in this build.
Hopefully it'll be like super minifig intensive when we get like further into it.
Yeah, and I'm kind of looking forward to it because those minifigs look pretty awesome. Like the ones we've done so far are cool. This is definitely
just minifigs instead of actual pieces. But you know, yeah, that too.
This is definitely a minifig intense set. So if you like minifigs.
I wonder if they're gonna make us put the students in the attic like it said in the.
Yeah, that's the best part.
And now kids pile up the figures in the attic, build the wall around them.
Make sure they never get out.
Naughty, naughty instructor. I love the story. Is it Marcos Bessa was giving a rundown of like they're having a cookie smuggling cartel in the detective's office? That is like most likely the best thing ever. What's the secret story for the brick bank?
They're like laundering money through there's like a laundromat there, and they have like money they're sticking in the machines.
Literally laundering money. I guess maybe that when the dye packets explode at the bank where they actually rob it at, right? Then they take it to the laundromat, wash all the dye off, and then deposit it in the.
They're really wanting to push the more adult storyline, I guess.
Yeah, the next one's gonna be like some kind of meth lab. It's like a dope factory and the.
They're just gonna get the start making the Citizen Brick Breaking Bad sets.
Yeah, I guess like in 2 or 3 years' time, right? That's like the only logical place you can arrive at.
So at this point, I think we're shooting for about 2 a.m. at this rate.
Oh yeah, I'm not having too good of a feeling. This is like one of those sets where I would probably like, if I was to just build this for myself, it would probably be, well, most likely one sitting or some kind of special occasion where I would really have to. It's like going to war, you know?
Right.
Some kind of, it's like a battle. You versus the set. It's not just like a casual, oh, after dinner, real quickly, I'll just. Guess if you're like super adept at building massive Lego sets in short periods of time, maybe this is like a casual.
This is easy for you.
Yeah.
What has your experience been? So I always kind of hear stories about people, that sit down with me, like family members or whatever, over a holiday, or like they'll all like a group of 5 people will work on 5 or 10 people will work on like one big set together.
That does not sound fun.
Yeah, see, I feel like they're all like trying to look at the instructions or something, and then you've got like you hear, oh, it's such a great way to bond or whatever, but I don't know. I just imagine that like not going very well for some reason. I've never really tried that, but
I mean, like I guess if you're trying to speed build and everyone's like relatively like competent at building Lego sets or something, it could maybe be fun, but. Yeah, I don't know. That just sounds like a recipe for like someone to like just get really mad and then never talk to. Yeah, well, after that time we built that Airjitzu temple at New Year's Eve party, I just can't stand him anymore. Right?
Yeah, something like that.
I read an interesting like article that was basically trying to give the psychological backing for why when couples go to IKEA, they always end up arguing and stuff.
I think I saw something about that.
And I'm sure that the same dynamics are at play, like with building a Lego set collaboratively or something. It's like a perfect opportunity for every conflict that ever like run through to just like come. What do you mean you don't trust me? I can't say I've ever witnessed like fighting couples at IKEA, having gone to IKEA rather frequently or whatever.
That's good. Well, that's like what they said. Like places like IKEA, like Lowe's, Menards, your workers are basically just like marriage counselors half the time.
Yeah. Well, ma'am, I think your husband he doesn't not love you. He just wants to get a bigger. Let's see.
Yeah, this is like really, and the way the roof fits together on the top of this blue building.
That is a pretty sweet like.
I'm really liking this. As much as I like the garage roof on the other one, this is pretty neat.
Are you like approaching doneness here?
What's that?
How far away are you from doneness?
I'm starting in like the the decorations around the blue building.
I am not playing catch up. No. I don't know what you're talking about.
Some interesting tree designs here.
Totally. I like the way it kind of hangs off the house a little bit.
See that I do like that chimney design on the back there. All this whole chimney is really cool.
Yeah. The fireplace design is probably my favorite little thing thus far.
Right, that was really neat the way they were able to do that. So you've got leaves that are a couple different, kind of a reddish and a brownish tan color here.
Yeah. I always think building things like the tree, it's almost like you really don't even have to follow the instructions, but I guess you kind of do.
Right, you can just kind of
You really could just
wing it.
build a tree, yeah.
That would be actually a kind of interesting set idea. Like I don't know, have they done anything like that in the past where it's like instructions for part of it, but then you come to something and it's like, okay,
Do what makes you happy right now.
You just kind of make whatever you want at this part, so it's kind of like a half and half kind of build.
I feel like that would be grounds for suing Lego, though, right? It's like there's supposed to be instructions.
Yeah.
You told me to be creative.
I don't know. That could be a cool kind of advanced builder, help learn.
Isn't that basically what the architecture studio set is?
Sort of, yeah. Is that kind of
where they're here are a bunch of bricks. You can kind of do whatever you want. You could do this or that. What was the original, this brown curvy piece that looks like an animal part almost?
Right.
What was the original appearance?
I'm not sure. They had some of that like an elephant tusk kind of thing in some of the older. Not sure if that's the same piece or not.
I feel like it's almost like a Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, or some kind of fantasy era kind of element.
It could be, yeah, that could be. That kind of looks a lot like some of the.
I can't remember if it really is a foliage piece kind of thing, or I think it is some kind of animal, or I don't know. Probably stop speculating.
The stars are interesting to show kind of leaves falling.
Yeah.
Here's the tree, and then down here are the stars. Which is kind of like they look like leaves.
They're pretty cutesy. Do you have an extra 1x2 medium? 1x2 medium blue piece. I wonder if that was.
I don't think so.
Oops, I made it more.
Yeah, these are two great looking. So here's the two buildings so far. These both look great. You can see the kind of the front is a similar design. Yeah, very nice. So now it's on to part 5, right, Matthew? Let's see. Like you get some more minifigs here. And some large tan plates.
Josh, why don't you take a look at the comments and
Okay.
You know, maybe answer or something.
So somebody, the collector and reviewer said do a stop motion on this set. So I don't know if either of us are that good. We're good enough at stop motion to do that on this set, but you might be able to find something on YouTube if you look around. A lot of people do stop motions for these. And he mentioned earlier, good job so far. So thank you for that. Thanks again to everyone joining us right now, watching live. Currently 13 viewers. We are just starting on part 5, which is the main tower here. And to start off, there are a couple of minifigs.
I always think it's funny when they have a whole box just for a rubber band.
Right. I just discovered that.
Like I appreciate the thoughts and everything, but holy balls. That's a lot of packaging.
This this torso on the, I think it's the lady. What is this?
I love the gray hair on the lady, though. I've never seen
Sako, I think, is the name. And this torso reminds me a lot of like the old Johnny Thunder kind of torsos, the adventure torsos.
Yeah.
Yeah, the gray hair is neat. Like that's, I don't know if that's ever come in gray before. It might have.
Super rare element.
Now here's some of these super tiny like trophy minifig things almost.
Oh, the little ninja. Where are they?
Some in red here.
Oh, in dark red, yes. Yeah. They appeared for the first time in sand green in the New York Skyline set.
Oh, okay. Nice.
I think that is a cool part, though. That's a neat part.
They've been making smaller and smaller minifigs. First, they went with like the small ones for like the game sets, and then they made even smaller ones like that.
Yeah.
Let's see, where's Alex? So how often do you have a missing piece when you build a set? Have you ever had to call Lego?
I feel like even when I have been thinking that I've missed a piece, it's like because I lost a piece.
Right, yeah, that's always my thought.
I think that, like, I'm sure that they know their quality assurance or whatever. It's like there really is no such thing as like a missing part anymore, you know? But
Right.
they still send replacement pieces because people lose it and they just want to be nice or something. I don't know. I feel like there's some kind of high-level commentary you could have about that. I do think there probably is a small contingent of people out there that basically just like defraud the replacement parts.
Yeah, I think unfortunately that's true. They do have occasionally, what set was it? Like the fire brigade or something that had like a whole section missing in some batches. Like they'll have like, a part of the set that wasn't packed correctly in it or something.
I have heard of that.
And then they have to, so there's like some of them are bad batches and you got to get a new one.
I do think it's interesting. Was it the Wall-E that had the production error?
Yes, yeah.
It was the design error, I guess. But so they just like mailed out the fix kit or something? That's such a scary thought when it's like a physical product. You send it out and that's it.
Right.
It's not like software. You can't just like send out an update.
No bug fixes.
Yeah, no bug fix. Sorry, the head joint was a little buggy. Here's a little patch. Just download it real quick. Or can you even imagine the day of software back, like before the internet, whatever? You have to just buy an update disk.
Right.
That's just crazy. Now, what is it? How many iterations does Chrome puts out a new version like every other week or something?
Something like that. It's crazy.
And then what else? That's the second Lego set of 2015. It was the ant set, the spider and ant or something, or it was the Marvel set or the
right, yeah.
Hero something. It had a problem with the build of the legs or
something like that.
I wonder why that's like these are all just a bunch of coincidences or it's like indicative of some deeper problem.
When you think about how many products they put out, it's I think somewhat to be expected that you're going to have an issue eventually somewhere along the line.
Yeah.
I think they have to lock the designer in the attic when they do that.
Yep, just like the Ninja. Simple. Naughty, naughty designer.
Yeah, somebody, Mr. Dragon411 said it was the Ant-Man set.
Yep. That's it. I don't know what causes those problems. Like, what would be the, you know what I mean? Not the PR response to that, but like the, like what actually happened,
Yeah, that's always interesting to, unfortunately, they aren't very willing to give that information over.
The important thing to keep in mind is that any other company on Earth, I would be willing to say, would never like admit to having done a mistake or just even care about fixing it. They would just like, yeah, whatever. Like, we don't. Are we supposed to care?
You didn't actually want us to do something, did you?
Yeah, but Lego is like the only company on Earth that would be like, oh yeah, that $60 Wall-E thing you bought like a month ago. Here's a couple pieces to make it even better. We're sorry. That is what makes Lego awesome. There's some interesting color pieces here popping up.
There is. Got again, there's like in each of these builds, there's like the one bright blue azure piece. Add some color. A lot of dark tan throughout all this, so.
Oh yeah.
That color is just so great though for a lot of things. Like you use dark tan as a base for so much, and it just really you can't really get a better color for like a realistic ground look than dark tan.
Yeah. When I first saw dark tan, because it is a relatively new color, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I was just like, yeah, that it is. I fully approve of its existence. And I think it's even underused almost, you know? Like, there's not been too terribly many, like, you know what I mean? If the whole building, like, has there been a dark tan modular? I guess it's appeared, but it's never been like a. I probably.
Not the central color.
Yeah, I'm making too many blanket statements, though. Once again.
Got a couple of like pearl gold little gates here.
Yep. Lots of Stafford slippers in this set.
There are quite a yeah. They keep you use a few, move on, and then they pop up again.
Yeah. It's a nice little piece. It's a weird little piece, though.
So Mr. Dragon 411 says he's so ready for FedEx to deliver his Ghostbusters headquarters set. I hope that arrives safely and no one abuses it too much on its way to your door.
Hopefully it won't get, like, jacked.
Those shipping companies are not always the greatest.
That's probably, like, one of the most absurdly massive box sizes I've ever seen a Lego set. Other than, like, the Star Destroyer, maybe?
Yeah.
Have you seen how big that box is? It's like, I mean, it's like a person box, you know? Like, you could fit a little child in there, or a couple, actually.
I like...
Like, numerous infant-sized box.
You looked at that and your first thought was, how many infants can I fit in there?
There's a lot of babies in that box. That's pretty horrible standard for, yeah. Maybe I should say, like you could fit dozens of grapefruits. Lots of fruit.
$10:45 now, so we're pushing our midnight original prediction. The We're moving along pretty well.
How long have we been at this?
We started 8, like a little after 8.
3 hours? Like 2:30.
Yeah, 2.5 hours.
That's a little ridiculous. Oops. Have you put the 2x, like the 2 wide corner piece together yet? It's like the 2x, the two deep, but it's a corner plate. You know what I'm talking about?
I'm trying to think here. So.
Oh, you probably haven't gotten there yet.
Okay, I might. No, I don't think I have. It looks like you're ahead of me, so yeah, probably not.
That is a really weird element. Like limited usage.
There are some random bright reds and yellows and like lime greens popping up here.
I did think that was a little odd.
Some blues. There's going to be a lot of red after you finish this bottom layer here.
Yeah.
So let's see. While we're working on this, what other conventions do we think we'll be at this year? We should be able to make it to Brick World Chicago. We've been there.
Virginia.
Brick Fair, Virginia as well. Yeah. So for people going to either of those.
Seattle.
Hopefully make it back to Seattle. This 2015 was our first year, and we enjoyed that. A lot of fun experiences there.
Enjoys an understatement. Rather fantastic. I think
they're hardcore out in Seattle. Like that's
totally hardcore.
That's not a good convention for like your first one. If that was your first convention, I feel like you'd be, I don't know. you need to like slow. You need to build up to BrickCon.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad I waited as long as I did. It would just be like totally overwhelming. Maybe that's just because I don't have very high standards or something. But like, yeah, it was like totally like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What other conventions, Josh?
Well, the smaller
Raleigh for Brick Universe.
Oh yeah, so like Brick Universe Raleigh is happening again, right? So I'm sure you'll make it.
You gotta come down for that one.
It would be cool to come out for that. Do you know when that is?
March, April, springtime, something.
Yeah. The smaller brick worlds like Fort Wayne, Indianapolis. Probably find me at most of those.
Maybe a European show or something for the first time.
That would be cool.
Like, what's the Lego Fan Weekend in Portugal? Did you hear the announcement for that?
I did, yeah. And I'm actually had considered going to that. I'm still considering going to it because my sister is going to be in Spain for a study abroad thing for her Spanish degree, and so I was thinking of I was planning to visit her on my way to Israel, where I'll be doing some stuff. So I was gonna visit her. I was gonna visit her anyway, and then that's like right when I was going to stop over. So I'm thinking about maybe trying to make it there, and then she wanted to like travel around while she was there anyway, so she could like travel over to Portugal and see some stuff there.
That'd be pretty fun, actually.
Yeah. So
There's other Lego events going on in Europe around that same time, I think, though. You know?
There might be. I haven't looked into it too much, but
it'd be fun. I think the original fan weekend, that would be really fun to go to.
It would be.
That's like kind of in a weird time in the fall, though.
Yeah, it's tough to get some of those. It seems like the one in Portugal so far has been really well accepted. It seems like a lot of people kind of wanted a convention there. So
it sounds like they announced it at Brick in London.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of exciting. When is that exactly?
I think it's like the June 10th through the 12th.
Is that the same time as Brickworld Chicago?
Yeah, that would be the thing. So I don't think I'd be able to make it to any of Brickworld Chicago if I went to that, which would be, that's one reason I'm a little hesitant, because I don't, yeah.
Sorry, Brian, Portugal. Kind of cool.
I'm definitely not going to be able to make it to any of the public days of Brickworld, so if I can't make it,
you would fly to Chicago to go to Israel anyway, right?
If I went to Brickworld, I don't necessarily have to.
No, I mean, but like you would have to be like, so like you would leave from Chicago to Israel, I guess is what I'm saying.
If I was in Chicago I might leave, if I was just like doing it normal without any convention, I might leave from like Indy or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do they have direct flights to Tel Aviv?
I think they might. I believe they.
From Indy?
I'm not. I'd have to look exactly. I thought there was someplace we were looking at that had direct. Well, probably not actually, because they said. I bet
you would go to New York or something.
Yeah, I think it might be something like that. So
take like a puddle. I bet you. I would be willing to bet 100% Chicago has a direct.
It might. So yeah, I might end up going over there anyway. So I just have to decide exactly how the logistics of all that would work out.
Yeah. We could crash the Portugal event on the Saturday of. That's kind of an exciting possibility. What do you think, Josh? We go to Chicago on Friday evening. We'll board a flight to Portugal, and then fly into Porto or whatever, and do the event on Saturday and Sunday. And then on Monday, you can board a plane to Tel Aviv, and I can go on my way as well.
That sounds like it would be
intercontinental Lego fan crashing.
Yeah, that sounds interesting.
Totally realistic.
No problem.
It's a shame when two events happening during the summer collide, though, because there's it's like the only time when you can
it's true, because like everybody packs their convention into the summer months, a lot of them, and so as more and more come up, it's harder and harder to get to them.
Yeah. In a perfect world, there would be like the Lego event scheduling Illuminati or something, and they would do it so like you could go to some region and then have back-to-back Lego events on each weekend, or stay in Chicago, then go to Milwaukee, and then Milwaukee. How are the comments doing, Josh?
Good so far. The collector and reviewer says, "Keep going, don't stop. I know you guys can do it." Thank you for the support.
We appreciate it.
We are trucking along nicely here.
I feel more optimistic about the remaining bags.
Yes.
This is like not very much building, actually. This one, it's like a lot of plates and
right,
stuff.
right.
Interesting, small ugly rock piece. Lerp.
They've got a couple of them, I think.
Yeah. You don't see it that much, I feel.
I think I've fallen behind you now. I gotta start catching up.
See, we're just gonna be doing this the whole time, trading leads.
Keep the viewers interested.
Who's in front now? Ooh. When is the Lego house opening?
I think it's like 2017, I believe, is what they're shooting for.
That would be fun. To attend the opening of?
It really would be, yeah. That would be very cool.
I feel like that's also not that unrealistic, right? Or
yeah, I mean that. I don't know. That's kind of a ways off, depending on what all is going on then. But no, I mean that could be. That'd be a very good excuse to finally make it to Berlin.
Yes, that would be like the perfect excuse.
Matthew Bishop says live build Ghostbusters HQ ? So I'm assuming you're asking if we're going to do it. We don't have any plans to do that right now, but you never know in the future.
Yeah, holy goodness gracious, that would be.
You've seen how long this takes us.
We'd have to like somehow figure out how to play the Ghostbusters movies as we're like doing the right.
Yeah.
And have it not be like obnoxious. I bet we could do that. Have it play in another window. Set up a third computer and then just, screen share the movie to the live stream.
Just hope the wrong people don't see you doing that. They might. Some people might not be.
We're shutting you down. That's copyright.
A lot of little lime green 1x1.
Oh yeah.
Plates here.
Copious quantity. I forgot to put a 1x2 light bluish, dark bluish gray grill element down.
Isn't that the best when you have to go by like 10 pages?
Yeah, somewhere. I'm back 12 pages.
I'll probably have to do that in a minute here. Where was it?
Oh, jeez. Oh, there it is. Yep. I can't even like put it in. Get the brick separator.
Cool rubber band action going on here.
The rubber band part, pretty cool. All right.
So you're starting on, is it 6?
Got to make sure it's 6, not 9. 6. Yeah, I'm gonna have to scan this QR code here. I'm getting curious.
Let's see. Oh, I came to the ugly rock pieces.
You get a tissue. This is the part where I go take a nap for several hours.
The time-honored Matthew break.
That's a live stream joke.
Does it count if Kevin isn't here to make it?
No. Ugh. Un momento, por favor.
So here's some of the, you can see a little bit of the moving rubber band action there. Some flame in there. Just about finished with part 5. Feel like a 2x2 is missing somewhere along the way here.
Whew.
You made it back?
Almost. Oh. What I missed, Josh? Any exciting developments?
Nothing too major. I think I missed a 2x2 somewhere here.
Of course.
But I'm not seeing where, so I feel like I can leave it out and the set won't hurt.
It just means you made it more efficient.
That's true. They could have saved themselves a 2x2.
We should share.
Oh, you know what? Here it is. I found it. It's right here. There you go. Okay, so part 6. We are moving right along. What were you saying?
Maybe we should share a link to here through social media, Josh. What do you think?
Go for it. So it looks like this one has a light brick in it. It'll be interesting to see how they use that. Let's see. So how was your Christmas break, Matthew?
It's pretty good.
Pretty good. That's good to hear.
It could, you know, like crazier, but
It wasn't too crazy.
Felt like vacation, I guess. That's such a sin. I like taking it easy.
I wholeheartedly agree.
I'm looking up the exact set number here.
It's on the front of the instructions.
I'd rather look on the internet than actually looking at what I have in front of me.
It's just easier that way.
Okay. Mostly so I don't have to type it, you know.
Yep. Well, the trains are really going at it.
Train horn fest.
If it's really loud, you can hear them without even the horn. You can just hear them going down the tracks. I feel like the more we build, the colors are only getting darker. We now have more black. Here's the light brick. You remove the little piece, and there you go.
Oh, you're taking the lead now, aren't you, Jeff?
I think so. Huh. Very interesting.
I've got really good posture right now. That's what they recommended typing.
Oh. In what?
Typing class.
Oh, type, yeah. You're really making the typing teacher proud.
Now remember to lean over, really far over.
Like, inhumanly far over the table. It'll do your body good. Let's see. Those of you watching, thank you for the support throughout, the collector and reviewer. He says, I love the amount of effort you guys put into making Lego videos. So, thank you. We appreciate you watching. We are doing our best to finish this Temple of Airjitzu. While Matthew lunges over his table. Here's an interesting big gold, almost shield type piece, decorative piece. For some reason, my first thought was like Aztecs when I saw that. Like big gold decorative things like that.
I social media tatized it.
Sweet. All the social media peeps will be joining us.
All the social medias? Meteors.
What it's all about.
Woo woo. I feel like I'm coming through on your audio feed there, Josh, am I?
Shouldn't be.
All right. Gucci.
Omnibricks has a Throwback Thursday here. He says I remember the days when you guys were less than 100 subs, and I was wondering why. We were too, so we appreciate you being with us from the beginning, Omnibricks.
Hell yeah. Less than 100 subscribers.
That's crazy.
There should be like, can you easily dig up to see who your like first 100 subscribers were?
I don't know if you can, because I think I might have. I'm trying to remember if I've tried to do that in the past. I don't, because like if you click on subscribers, I think it just kind of gives them.
Can you look at? I guess if we still had email alerts on at the very beginning.
That's true. You can maybe look at that.
Like try and reverse engineer the original. Can you tell if people are subscribed right now? It's not as transparent as like Facebook or Twitter.
It's not. No, it's not nearly as. Yeah. It would be interesting to. I'd love to look into that and see if there's a way to.
We could like mail out 100 polybags of Lego sets to the first 100. The first 100 people that believe in us. These 1x1x4 like pieces are. I've never seen them before. I feel like that's a new element.
The brown.
Yeah, dark.
Yeah.
Because the longer version, the 5 tall, or no, these are 3 tall. The 5 tall's been out for eons. Interesting.
Let's see here. So now how long till you pass me up again here?
Right? Yeah. Where are you? Like what page?
153.
What? Oh, I was looking at the top. I saw 29. Yeah, 149. Oh, I thought you were like 3,000 steps ahead of me for a brief second. Not that it matters. Not that this is a competition.
No, it's not. You know, everybody's friendly here. Shadowland Studio says it's always a race. That's right. You know, whether you say it or not, you know, secretly, you always know it is.
That's the truth. I like the little bit of plastic that separates the light thing so that you can't.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep that.
You're gonna keep that.
That's an official Lego like piece of flexible plastic or something. That's rare.
It feels very like a glossy finish too. It's very nice.
That's culture.
Oh, now I see how this works with the light brick. Okay. Huh. Ooh, get a little winch action here to spin the rubber band. Whoa.
Some like totally respectable play features.
This is, yeah, there's some like really cool play features. Like this, if the build doesn't take you long enough, you have lots to play with.
I was wondering why there was like a disc and you put the piece on the rotating disc, but
Right.
there's like no reason. Now there's a reason.
So yeah, you push it in. There you go. So you see this here, you push it in and that makes it light up, and then you spin it and the light reflects off the fire. Very nice.
The gold piece is pretty sick.
It is.
Is that a friend's? Oh, that's totally a Cinderella's carriage wheel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah?
I think about, yeah, that totally, it reminds me of that.
Lots of train traffic there, Josh.
Sometimes like that, wasn't even noticing them. Sometimes, you get used to it.
When people visit for the first time, are they like, are they kept up at night?
Oh yeah, we've had issues with that for years.
I had an uncle that lived like in an apartment complex. It was like some kind of like there was a main line, like really busy like train line, like literally in the parking lot, and it would shake the building and stuff, and totally horrible. Like not fun to spend time there. At least that's like not shaking your house.
That's true.
The staircase technique is kind of cool.
This is a very interesting, like, plastic window thing here. You kind of slide down. Huh. I guess they went with that. Oh, okay, I see what it is. So it's to shine the light through. So it adds enough. Whoa. That's awesome. The shadows. See if you can see this.
Oh.
So here's what. See, you can see the shadows on the window there from the light.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. That's a great idea. Huh. That is a really unique. I can't really remember something like that in the past where they like have. That's a really unique idea.
They're getting creative.
I think I noticed that whenever I tend to skip steps when it's something that's like one of the parts of it is like really interesting, like putting that window in and then seeing the shadows on it. And then if it's an interesting part, I just move on to the next part without thinking about what else was on that step.
Like squirrel.
Yeah.
Fully distracted. That's a respectable excuse. Just so off. Have we figured out if John can come on and build a VW Bug with us?
I've not yet. He should. I should send him something here. Matthew Bishop says finish by midnight, right? Yeah. I don't know where we're gonna be.
Yeah.
Definitely.
6 bags in 20 minutes, or we'll just do like an impromptu 24-hour challenge.
Okay, I sent John a message. See what he says here. You see, I saw, that Brian was with the mayor of Indianapolis there.
Was that like yesterday or something?
I'm not sure. I'm assuming that was for like a robotics thing, like I think it was in the last, fairly recent, I think.
And he had like a parrot on his head?
Yeah.
Just like totally casual, talking to a political figure with...
Well, what do you think the mayor was thinking?
Who is this crazy man? Well, yeah, you don't understand. Like, I run LEGO conventions. Like,
no, it's a really serious thing.
Yeah, it's really serious. Trust me. Well, you have a parrot on your head, sir.
Despite appearances. I don't know that much about the mayor of Indianapolis. I wonder if he has kids or anything, if he's ever gone to, like, Brick World Indianapolis.
Yeah, I love Brick World. All right, what page now, Josh?
42.
Oh. 37. Totally lagging behind. Yeah, the social media post and the bathroom break. That'll do it.
See if we can get John to come on and build. Finish up his build.
I think we'll be a good motivating force for him.
One by one, was this dark gray tiles here? toward the end of this build.
1 by 1. Oh, I thought you said round.
No.
Yeah, there's a lot of those. Oh, that is totally cool.
That's so awesome.
It's like a shadow box?
Yeah.
That is quite honestly like the coolest.
I know.
Oh my God.
I've never done it's been forever since I've done a build, looked at it and been like, wow, that's like an amazing idea.
Are you the one, am I the only one noticing the splotchiness of the fire elements?
Like what do you mean?
How splotchy they are?
Oh yes. Okay, no, I see what you're saying on the shadow.
Yeah, that's weird.
You also get the snake there, which I didn't notice that before. The snake shadow is in there as well.
Oh, I have to orient it better.
Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah, I've never looked at fire with light like that.
That's kind of the most. That is literally. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay. This build just got exciting.
They really built up to that moment.
That's like the climax of the whole build, maybe, or no? Probably not. I think it once the whole thing's together, it's gonna pretty jaw dropping or something. Respect.
Let's see. I like how the last step is always like 2 tiny plants placed randomly somewhere.
Yeah. That should be like the first and most important critical.
Okay, so here, yeah, this was a good step. Got quite a bit done here. And once again, you can see the light in action. Very cool. So now the next part, which is 7, I believe, you start with there's a couple more minifigs here. And then you begin using the tan plate, which is right there, that has been holding my minifigs. Tan plate. Wow, the collector and reviewer, you should be like a motivational speaker. Thank you for all the support. Lot of positive comments.
What's the latest?
Keep on going, don't stop yet, still be brave and conquer this big set.
Wow.
I want to go
Hallelujah.
do something more than building a Lego set now. You're pumping me up.
This is a movement. We appreciate these sentiments. Das sentiments. Did John get back to you there, Josh?
Let's see. Not yet.
Oh. Excuse my French. Oh,
4 ninjas.
I hate it when I drop a piece into a hard to reach part of the Lego set. It's just the worst.
No fun there. Ooh, some more cool window designs, man. Nice. Yeah, it's really weird to see the ninjas and then like the other people look like they could be like modern day, like normal town citizens.
Yeah, isn't that kind of like messed up?
Well, you know, they're kidnapping people and putting them in attics, so.
Eh. I'm trying to think. I think that this might be like the set with the coolest, like so the like static set with the coolest play feature ever.
That's true. I can't really remember a feature quite like
I can't think of a set with a play feature or some kind of thing that is like cooler than that. Other than like an airplane or something where it's like meant to be
right
a vehicle or a moving.
Like this, you actually have to like put a lot of effort into making interesting play features. So they did a good job with that.
That is totally impressive.
Really neat little like floor mosaic pattern here on this at the beginning of this step 7.
Yeah. I say yeah because yeah, but I don't really know what you're talking about because I'm not there yet.
Because you're not. You're just behind. Okay, the collector and reviewer has a question. What's your favorite Lego theme? So feel free to comment in the chat as well, and then we will give our thoughts. Matthew, what is your favorite Lego theme?
Creator, as I
creator
or talked about earlier, by far creator.
Let's see. That's a bit tougher question for me. I feel like I've never had like one line that I followed for. The old Western line is probably just because that's kind of what like when I was really young got me interested in Lego and like kept me interested, and that is probably about my favorite theme, I would have to say.
Yeah.
Really, those old Western pirates, that type of thing, like somewhat historical based themes, sort of. I think anything like that. Here's the floor pattern I was talking about.
Oh, that is totally intense.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet. Again, big shout out to everyone in the comments and watching us live. Thank you for joining us. We are, if you're just joining us, working on the Temple of Airjitzu Ninjago set. We're we're past halfway. We're a little past halfway. Woo. getting intense there.
Yeah, this is heated. The sand blue, excuse me. That is totally amazing.
Yeah.
Especially the 2x4 tiles in sand blue. Such a beautiful piece. My 16x16 tan plate has like a miscoloration on one stud.
What's it? Can you show it to the camera? Pick it up. What's it look like?
So it's like not dust at all, and it's not like it's like totally hardly noticeable. Do you see like a little gray dot on top of the stud?
Yeah, a tiny bit. I think. Yeah.
It's like blay or some kind of gray. That's exciting. Whoa.
John says he's good to just watch. You can't handle building.
Well, that's what we're here for, I suppose.
Hopefully, he continues to work on his skills, and one day.
Set building skills. Skills with a Z.
That's right.
Skills. Oh, did you see my video with MGF Customs?
Did you post the review yet? I haven't. Yeah,
I haven't posted the review. I
did see that video. Yeah, no, I did see that one, like the vlog.
Yeah, was it his vlog thing?
Right.
Update.
Yeah, that was cool.
His commenters are a little bit ruthless.
I saw that.
Totally ruthless. I believe one of the comments was Matt should just die.
Oh, they took it right there, didn't they?
They went there.
Wow.
I cried.
Every night since then.
We had been doing that for like 14 hours or something. Like, it was like 1 in the morning. I'd been there since like 11. And I was like, okay, I think I'm going to leave now. It was good doing this with you. And he's like, oh, actually, you want to? I was like, okay, all right. I was like totally out of it, just kind of hanging out. Luckily, it's on his MGF Extra channel, not the MGF main.
Yeah.
Either way, good experience. Lego Dimensions is definitely interesting.
You liked it, so when's the review going to be up? Do you know?
Soon-ish.
Soon-ish.
That's a good time frame. Yeah, I don't know. It's like different, you know. It's like cool. I like the concept. I like the idea more than the actual thing.
Now, how much of it is like physical brick? Like, is there a fair amount? You're like, I haven't really looked into it that much at all. So what?
It's like these tiny little figure packs, and then you put them on the. It does like. I feel like it. I don't know. It's obvious what it is, right? It's like Lego just licensing other like IPs, and then I believe that the lots and lots of money making part is in there somewhere.
Someone is making a lot of money.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like the Doritos Locos Tacos. You know, the Taco Bell with the Doritos taco. It's like this is the Lego version, where it's just like you know, like, oh, let's just put two cool things together, and like people are obviously gonna like not. Like, how could you not say like, oh, that looks okay, I'll have it. I don't know.
Well, it's like what is that? Is it Skylanders? That's like that where you.
I think that's where the inspiration came from.
Okay. It's kind of the like physical meets the gaming world kind of thing.
Yeah, I also think I guess the target market for that whole thing is probably what 10 and under,
it's
maybe.
Pretty young, like it's not.
Yeah, that's another thing. It's like kind of that's a little bit of a misgiving on my part. Just like the whole. Like, I mean, that certainly is not going to be like cheap, I guess, for a parent to go out and buy like $100 like console thing,
right?
Add on to the $300 Xbox, and then go out and get $30 figure packs to unlock.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So it's like, my God, you could like start spending a lot of money really, really quickly. Which is like, fine for some people, but like kind of not kosher for others. I don't know. And that's no reason to like knock it. I think as a product and stuff and a concept, it's pretty well carried out. I feel it's like something that like they probably would have struggled to execute on a few years ago, but now,
definitely, I think they've definitely gotten better at those. They've made
so many intellectual property stuff, so much like
you look at like Lego Universe and how that was a fairly major failure, and I think they've gotten a lot better at that kind of electronic world type thing.
Yeah, like the tie-in. I don't know. I'll be interested to see where it goes. I just I can't wait for the experience, or if they have one for like AFOLs. I think that's what Lego Universe kind of was. More AFOL centric.
Yeah, that's true.
Like an older crowd.
Oh.
Am I missing a piece?
Oh no.
No. Oh, of course, under the instruction booklet. Classic. See, you're never missing a piece. Question yourself. What step are you on here, Josh?
What's that?
What are you on?
I am on step 8.
Yeah.
How about you?
6. Still lagging.
You're about to put together a whole bunch of these 1x2s in stacks of 4.
What are they?
Stacks of these.
Oh, lovely. The window elements are interesting.
They are. I like the printed window elements. Those are like super neat. Kind of like they do with this plastic window thing.
They're like frosted.
Yeah.
And they're not both sides. There's like one side has the printing, so you have to make sure. Is it printed side out?
I have not put them in yet. Oh, well, the small ones are, yeah.
Okay. That is pretty cool.
Let's see.
Oh wow, 24 1x2 dark.
I know.
Okay.
Ooh, I like these dark brown, almost like log pieces with like the grooves in them.
Yeah.
That's neat.
It's another one of those new elements. I like that. I've seen it used as like a gear element before, I think.
Okay, yeah.
It's like a new element, but like a nifty element.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I want to say the end is in sight, but not really, but yeah.
Sort of.
Nah, but yeah. Okay.
next you're stacking some like pillar type things, so there's a lot of stacking in these steps.
Yeah, I feel like they're gonna have to really tie this all in at the top, like stable. It's a lot of stacked stuff.
There we go. Here's kind of the second floor of the tower there. You can see right here.
And you just like put it on? Is that
yeah, I think I'm assuming, well, yeah, it appears you just kind of set it in there. Yeah, you do. You just kind of set it in there.
Interesting. Do you have to build 3 of the little totem pole things?
Yes.
I'll build them all at once. Ooh. Kind of loud.
Yeah. I think it's about, I think they go for it about, they start about 9 o'clock, I think, and seem to go nonstop for a while.
Trying to make a bunch of freight runs.
I guess everyone around, like, I get used to it, and I'm assuming everyone else does, or I feel like you'd have a lot more complaints from, like, especially, like, older people.
Yeah.
But I guess everybody gets used to it.
Habituation.
It's especially bad, yeah, if we have, like people, like, do camping in tents in our backyard or something for, like, a night. For people that aren't used to it, that's when it's like really bad, because if you're like in a tent, there's like nothing shielding you from the sound.
Some form of torture. I guess sleeping on a train would be more uncomfortable, or sleeping on a freight train, hobo.
I would think so.
Unless you're into that kind of thing.
It doesn't sound particularly comfortable.
Be kind of fun. Maybe. And then when you like die because you like fall off, then like not so much.
Oh, these are doors here. That's neat. So these, I believe, these are doors. Unless I'm mistaken.
I don't think are they attaching anywhere?
Not really. They just kind of sit in there, which seems to. You gotta kind of push them back, and then. Okay, maybe not. Unless I did it wrong, I don't think they. You gotta those little hooks on the side kind of hold them up. Those little bars.
Seriously?
Oh wait, never mind. No,
they're sliding doors.
Right, you put another sliding piece on top. Never mind. I didn't look at the next step.
Oops.
That makes sense, because I was like, that seems way too fragile.
That's weird. Kind of sliding door. That seems like a Asian or like a Japanese kind of.
Right, yeah.
A sliding door or something.
It reminds me of the scene in The Matrix where they fight in the like kind of Asian style house. They practice their fighting skills. If you've seen that. I don't know why it just reminded me of that. Okay, so that's 7. They always you end up with like a whole bunch of extra swords by the end. I guess you can put 2 swords in their back things, can't you? The ninja sword carriers.
Yep.
Okay, we're pushing, about to hit midnight here.
no.
And this is number 8 of 13, I believe. Luckily, it's not a 4-hour limit. Let's see.
It's a pretty impressive build, though.
It really is.
So sweet.
Do you have any predictions on what do you think are going to be like some giant convention builds this year? So like there's always kind of like something along the lines of like the Vatican at Brick Fair last year, something like that. Is there anything you can think that it's hard to predict? Like you just show up, but
yeah, no one really like talks about it too much ahead of time.
Right.
I'm sure Adrian Drake is going to work on early. He said he's working on something.
Okay.
He won't tell us what.
I wonder what Virtual Lug has in store for Brick World.
I wonder if that's some Star Wars build, you know?
Missing the Virtual Lug build in person would be like the worst part of missing Brick World. Like, because that's always insane.
Yeah. Well, I think we're cooking down here. Let's. What are the comments doing, Josh?
And there's a lot of motivational comments from people telling us to keep going.
Oh.
So we can't let them down.
We will not let you down. We is promise.
It's a large black triangle piece, kind of a roof piece here. Let's see.
Whew. Oh, is this the statue piece?
I believe so.
Okay. Let's try to figure out why there's like.
That is a very cool statue, isn't it?
Yeah. Apparently they built a shrine to him, but he was a creep.
Just like in real life.
Yeah, I guess Kung Fu masters are always kind of weird.
The several you've known.
Yeah. What was the movie from the 80s?
I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about. I totally it's on the tip of my tongue.
Kung Fu related movie?
Comet Hive Mind? All right, what step are you on, Josh?
20?
Yep, still ahead of me.
Another big triangle, brown triangle this time.
I've never seen the triangle with the tiled bit in the center.
Right, yeah, that's interesting.
It's a very big, big triangle. It's almost like it was purpose built to go right there. Like I can't imagine that's like a totally like super useful element.
Okay, here, so we're back to whoa. Be careful picking this up. Okay, merging the two parts here. How does this work? Ooh, that actually looks really cool.
Oh, do you like stagger the pieces?
Yes, slightly.
Oh, the black one went on the bottom? God.
Yes, it did.
God. The humanity.
There you go. You can see that the light there. Yeah, this set just keeps getting better and better.
I'm not feeling terribly warm and fuzzy.
You gotta take off that. Now, this is an interesting piece. You've got this kind of like a used to hold like a head, like a decorative red head, kind of a post that clicks into a little clip, huh?
It's like a gun looking kind of thing.
Sort of, yeah. Hmm.
It's kind of a monstrous build, isn't it?
It is. It's just bigger and better, bigger and bigger. Nice decorative use of the Lord of the Rings gold ring here around these posts.
That is kind of cool. Do you like the new antenna element without the rounded top?
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems, I don't know. I'm so used to the rounded top for so long. It's like it just doesn't seem. It seems fake.
A little weird.
Yeah.
Have you built all the posts yet?
Yeah, the red posts.
You have?
Yep.
We are like really trailing each other here. There's not much to distract us though.
You can do it.
When you're like with a live, you have the audience going.
Right.
It's so easy to just like stop building for 10 minutes at a time. And then these like really weird gaps start opening up and I'm like 25 steps ahead. Okay.
Still have 13 viewers with us here as we pass the midnight mark. Thanks to our loyal viewers sticking with us.
Remarkable.
Anyone watching should comment where they're joining us from. We've had a couple. We had somebody from Guatemala earlier. Maybe they're still with us. I'm not sure what the time zone difference is there.
And then after you do that, comment about suggesting like things that we should talk about maybe.
Yeah. Feel free to give us.
You're us both two airheads. Talk about nonsense. Oh.
Got Texas and California so far. Virginia, Indiana. Nice.
That's an okay state.
Hey, what city do you live in Indiana? Matthew Bishop. Lafayette, okay.
That name sounds familiar, Josh. Do you go to Brick World Chicago, Matthew Bishop?
He goes to Indy. He said, "Have you been to Chicago?"
Yeah. No.
Waiting on a response, but we had several states here commenting. Anyone else? Feel free to comment where you're joining us from. It's always interesting to see.
Any Liechtensteiners out there?
We've got a large Liechtenstein fan base.
I hear the lugs are pretty active in that region. Maybe Monaco.
Never know.
Tuvalu, Pacific Islands.
Matthew's been to Fort Wayne and Indy and Lafayette. So he's been to, you made it to all of the Brick Worlds then, I guess, except Chicago and Tampa.
Badass. You should go to Tampa, Josh. Would you do that?
I would like to. I'm hoping. I'm strongly. I need to try to. I figured out. Unfortunately, my family that lives in that area is like I was thinking about staying with them. I think, but they're like an hour away from the fairgrounds.
Yeah, Clearwater or something.
Like Treasure Island area.
Yeah, that is about an hour.
So, I don't know, but I would like to make it. It's also it's like, is it September usually or November?
Yeah, it's like September, October, something.
Just not an ideal time.
Yeah, school time. What was the point of sandwiching two axle bricks together? Did you notice that?
Where was this?
In step on page 193, you sandwich two axle bricks together.
Oh, I don't know.
Weird, right?
That is weird. I think you're moving ahead of me now because I'm just on that step. I guess I've been moving slow.
Ha! And the gap is closed, young Jedi.
I like how you make a casual Star Wars reference, but haven't seen the new Star Wars movie yet.
I would never do. Oh, I'll just reference it. No.
You just casually reference it, but you haven't even.
Also, I think it doesn't that make me cool or something? I'm alternative, you know?
I mean, I guess it depends on what you think makes sense.
I'm counterculture. I don't like.
If that's your goal, then yeah, you're real cool.
That dude doesn't even watch Star Wars, man. It's like not wearing shoes or something.
Seattle type of thing. You see a lot of that in Seattle.
Yeah. Nah, man. Oh, this is a totally cool element. 2x6 with a rounded.
Yeah, I noticed that earlier. That is really cool. This piece here.
Yeah, that's crazy, actually. What in the world? We're told. I guess I probably had several opportunities to learn that was a new element, and whoa, but I must have just missed it because this is the first time, right?
Yeah.
I just sometimes slips through the cracks. I feel kind of bad now, but yeah, that is totally amazing. Wow. Pretty cool. What's the comment section looking like now, Josh? Do we have any questions to answer? Any suggestions for topics for us to talk about?
I don't know. Yeah, feel free to drop topics in the comments you would like us to discuss. Mr. Dragon 411 says you finished by 1. I don't know. We'll have to see.
Fingers crossed. The next bags look a little less ridiculous. I don't want to say that. Kinda.
It is coming together very nicely. It's very impressive.
It's a smooth build. I think I'm missing a piece again. It's not.
Time to call customer support.
Yeah, looks like I need.
Kevin on the line.
Guys? Good.
That's what Kevin's personal cell phone is for, right? Missing pieces.
Yeah, not even his work cell phone. No, I know it's 1 in the morning, bro, but.
But I mean, it's a 2x4 in red. Okay.
I need 20,000 stat. I'm a little confuddled.
Okay, Mr. Dragon 411 asks, what is your oldest set? My oldest set that I have is probably the yellow, probably the yellow castle, I think. If you're familiar with the classic yellow castle. What about you, Matthew?
I don't have anything nearly as good as that. I probably the closest I get is I don't know, a 2000, no, not a 2000, like a 1980s like town set or something. I don't know. Yeah, that's kind of lame. Sorry.
Hey, it answered the question.
I'm not like a old Lego buff guy.
That just happened to be, I got like a super lucky Craigslist find with that and got some old.
You still have those classic space sets from that Craigslist lot?
That was a different one, but yeah, I still do have several of those as well.
Yeah, those were pretty.
Because I sold like one, and that made back everything I spent on it. Had like a whole bunch left, so I'm just kind of held on to them.
Might as well. After all, Lego is a better investment than gold.
That's right, kids.
Did you know? Buy more Lego sets. Actually, honestly, I think that stuff, like, I feel like they should, like, let's just keep perpetuating that, and then we can, like, turn it into some kind of Ponzi scheme where people that already have stockpiles of Lego sets that they need to get rid of can sell them up the stream, you know?
Yeah.
Dump them for a ton of money. And then once we get past a certain point, just like, yeah, Lego's worthless now.
I like where this is headed.
Sorry you bought $10,000 worth of Cafe Corner sets.
Enjoy the builds.
Yeah.
Which is not, that's always the, you know, the excuse you give yourself, you know, oh, I can just build it if it doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. And then if you don't want to build it, the excuse is in the reverse. It's like, I don't want to build it because it's...
Right.
It's perfect either way. Did you see the person asking us to comment on Lego being more expensive than gold?
I did not.
They wanted a statement.
A statement? Well, I think you just gave it.
No, they tweeted. They were like, we produce a news show. We were wondering if you could.
Oh no, I did not see that.
That like I was like, what? Please, girl. I mean, I guess like, okay. It is kind of crazy. I don't really understand why those think piece, like not even there was not much thought, let's be honest.
Right. It's
like you know, viral news fodder articles. Like what was it? We had the brick picking guys on the podcast.
Right.
And then they wrote some like USA Today article like a day later.
Yeah.
I think it's just like every couple months or years or whatever, they just have to go back to look how much Lego's worth. Wow.
Yeah, I have not checked in a while with the Brick Picker site. I think it's still up and running. I think they're doing pretty good as far as I know.
Yeah. Sort of a squeamish kind of thing, honestly.
That's one of the sites that once school and things get busy, I just don't have time for.
Yeah.
Let's see. Other questions. Do you own any Aqua Raider sets, and do you like them?
Hells yeah.
Yeah, I have some of the Aqua Raiders. There's some cool stuff there.
Now, Aqua Raiders is different than Aqua Zone. Aqua Raiders is
right.
Like yeah, so like I have several Aqua Raider sets. In fact, actually, I used to go to Target frequently and buy the cheapest Aqua Raider set, like multiples, just for like no real reason. I just like the assortment of parts that came in it. So I think I bought probably like 10 copies over a couple-month period of like the $6 Aqua Raider set, just cause. No real good justification for that. Cool story.
Here's a discussion topic, just late breaking, sent in by John. He was in a toy store in the mall today. So John lives in Indianapolis, Indiana, for those watching. And he said that everything was 50% off due to Christmas. He asked if they had any Lego. And the worker said Lego canceled all their orders a couple weeks before Christmas due to the shortage. And he thought the shortage wouldn't affect the U.S. Discuss.
That sucks.
Yeah, that's there's not at this point.
So that was an independent toy store?
I'm not sure, John. Was that? I'm assuming it was in the mall. I'm assuming it was like, yeah, some kind of independent toy store.
Yeah, that's the worst. It's like independent toy stores end up getting so screwed
Right.
by Lego and like other big retailers or toy companies. Like Target can negotiate from such a ridiculous volume of scale, or whatever.
It really is too bad because then, yeah, I mean, certain regions, certain people can't get a hold of it. But they did say it was supposed to be Canada was the big area that was supposed to like you. I didn't really.
Yeah, I remember reading that.
And obviously, that's like the the biggest sales of the year, I'm sure, around that time. So it hits them even worse. That probably.
Yeah. The worst part about being a stupid independent retailer is that when you buy from them, it's like you're required to buy. Like you can't like not buy certain things.
Oh yeah.
It's like some kind of like they just force you. Like so, like you go to independent toy store and they have all this like crappy Chima stuff that's been discounted like 90% at every other retailer, but it's like they can't just dump it because they only got it for whatever they also pay a shitty, really expensive price. So I don't know if there is a good way to resolve that whole situation, but it just kind of makes me sad,
Don't open a private toy store.
Don't open a private toy store, or if you're going to, just do what every Lego reseller at Lego Convention does and just buy it off Target with a 5% discount and then sell it for 30% over retail. And then return everything at the end of Christmas to Target.
He said it's called Go! !
Huh.
I know they have several local stores, not sure about national.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So sad. A lot of windows in this one.
There is. Those windows are awesome, though, with that printing on them. They look really neat.
Is it 2 layers of windows?
Yeah.
So much repetitive motion in this.
Very well, yeah. So every once in a while, you'll come to a step where it's just like.
Put 32 panes of windows in the stack up. 21 by 2 bricks. Put together 5 columns.
John said they're in malls across the country, apparently. So it's not just a local. I'm assuming it was all their stores got canceled.
Is he going to join us and build the set or no?
Oh, I don't think so. He's just enjoying.
Tell him if he doesn't do it, then we're not going to talk to him for 10 months.
10 months.
Gotta get in here, man.
That could get a little awkward at family reunions.
I'm sorry, you wouldn't live build that set with me.
Live build, I'm not talking to you.
How's the comment hive mind doing?
Let's see. What got you to make Lego vids? Okay, so I guess we kind of talked about that a little bit earlier, just kind of branching out from builder interviews at the podcast and traveling to conventions, wanting to make, basically interview builders there for the people who couldn't make it to conventions, which is a lot of people.
That sounds about right. I think 2016 is going to be the year where we're going to try and consciously branch out of just interviewing Lego builders at conventions to like trying to cover the Lego convention experience, right?
Yeah, which we tried a little bit this year. It's just really difficult to do. Yeah, we want to do more of that.
So like a taster of the
Right.
events or games and seminars and all kinds of
Fire alarms at BrickCon.
We'll be like virtualizing the Lego convention experience onto the internet through video or something like that. Yeah, fire alarms at BrickCon, that was exciting. Excessively long lines at BrickArm's booth, or which actually that doesn't exist anymore. Never mind. There has to be some kind of replacement for that.
I think the goal was to not have a replacement.
Eclipse graphic fanboys.
Oh yeah.
Serenading Victor to try and get one-off prints.
Do you know if Victor finished his move yet?
To Georgia?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Why?
If he has, I'm not aware. When was that supposed to occur?
I think it's one of those things where he like kept thinking he was going to do it and
like postponing it.
Yeah.
Be kind of exciting. It'll be like in the Atlanta area.
Right.
Closer to Raleigh. That's a city that could use a real Lego convention.
Where?
It had a celebration. You heard about that event?
Where is this?
In Atlanta, they had like a celebration.
Yeah, I did hear about that.
Didn't really look like there was that much going on there. It's like a first year,
right,
showing. Not one of those ones that's like worth dropping everything in, but pretty cool. Urban legend states that Brick Fair, Alabama was originally going to be Brick Fair, Georgia in Atlanta. But those ATL convention centers are awfully expensive.
Oh, yeah.
Urban legend. I'm not sure if that's facts or not.
Let's see, they're moving to New Hampshire now. It's now
Massachusetts?
Massachusetts, yeah.
But they keep calling it Brick Fair New England. They're not going to... That's the genius of just calling it Brick Fair New England.
Right, right.
I always just think, why not just call it by the city? Like, does it really matter,
That's a good point. Why? Let's see, I guess, like...
Chicago, Brick World, Chicago, BrickCon, Seattle.
Right.
It's not like BrickCon, Washington or something. Todd's the only one that does that, I think, for a Brick Fair, right?
Oh, he's got to separate himself, make unique.
It's true. It's a distinguishing factor.
I hope this year goes better for him, because wasn't the attendance a little disappointing last year? So I hope he's...
Yeah, I think he's kind of righting the ship a little. I think it's what happens when you have like 5,000 Lego conventions.
Right.
In one country over the year. Cough, Brickfest Live, cough. It really is. When you start adding up the amount of events happening in the region.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy now.
Totally crazy. Let's see, where are you, Hanlon?
I am 61.
62.
Oh boy.
What is this madness? What if we just had like metal music, like like
what Dan Siskin does at the Brickmania headquarters.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Like he has metal music just like cranking.
Yeah.
I would wonder how long would it be for some kind of like migraine headache set in.
It slightly inhibits recording videos with blaring music.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's funny. Yeah, this thing's getting kind of big now.
It is.
Wowzers.
Quinn Davis, thanks for joining us. Thanks for watching. So this is apparently Quinn Davis has worked with Dave Coletta in his Lego studio, so that's cool. Chicago area.
Pretty cool.
Dave's a really neat dude.
Safe to say Dave is like a friend of the show or channel or something?
I think so.
He's one of the few people to be graced with a 2-part interview on the podcast.
Right. He just had so much interesting stuff to talk about.
He's got some amazing builds. He was not at Brick World, right?
I think something, or did he arrive late? I'm trying to, yeah,
something like that. Wasn't it David Pickett wasn't there either?
Right, yeah. That was.
And then David Pagano.
Right. Which was odd because they're like, yeah, the major.
David Pickett, David Pagano, and David Coletta? Is it Dave Coletta?
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of weird. All right, never mind. That's all the Davids. I mean, maybe one. Yeah. There was some weird scheduling. I don't know. I remember, wasn't Dave Coletta built the big Wayne Manor build from a long time ago?
Yeah, and he has. Most recently, he's been posting those. Like the really cool, like little fig, like I don't even know what does he call them? I forget what he calls them.
Cutie something.
Yeah.
He sells them on like an Etsy store. Is that what they are?
Something, yeah. They're like kind of different features, like emotions and things.
Yeah.
Looking good, Matthew.
Fuck. I mean, yeah. What are you on there, Hanlon?
66.
Woo! Do you always put the window panes in first?
I do, yes. You do not?
I do, but I always feel like it's weird that I just jump automatically.
Yeah, this is looking good.
I like the way it's like kind of not like open on the back, but it's like triangularly like cutaway.
Right. Very nice.
Also like how it tapers up.
What is it, step 10? I'm going to have to run and get something to drink real quick.
Uh-oh.
Keep the folks entertained while I'm gone.
No promises. I'm now looking at the comments now that Josh isn't here to. Make it fun. He did build Wayne Manor with the bat. Yes, he did. I really love that build. You guys deserve 10 times the amount of subscribers you have. Oh, that's a nice sentiment. Thank you, thank you. One day. Well, Josh, everyone's not watching anymore.
Okay, we shutting her down?
Shut her down. We had some nice comments in the live stream coming through.
Very cool.
I kind of stopped building to read comments while you left, so I didn't gain like a minute or two. Unfortunately. After all, it's competition.
That's right. Trying to figure out what is the bottom floor with that cool mosaic supposed to? Is that for something or it's just like the entrance? It's like the middle floor has like the weapons.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe that's like the. I really can't give any intelligent commentary as to what that is. Crurus. I don't think this is going to be something I'm going to easily like be able to demolish and part out.
Yeah, that's true.
That's kind of a sad feeling for me. Oh, this build sucks. I'll get all these parts. Yeah. This is going to be like, oh, well, it's kind of cool. Why would I ever want to get rid of it?
I am just going to hold on to it.
I'm sure its day will come. Have you done any Lego set demolishing recently, Josh?
Not too much, no. I think I need to.
I went on a binge over the summer trying to get rid of stuff, and it was relatively successful, but yeah, I'm kind of now of the sentiment like, yeah, what's the point? I do have boxes of Lego sets that I've built in the past just sitting around. Not displayed, nothing.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
That feeling. Mostly the results of previous live streams, actually.
Right.
I kind of want to just keep them for sentimental reasons because I built them under like intense sleep deprivation over a 24-hour period. I have like an emotional bond. Das Struggle ist real. Let's see.
The later it gets, the slower I build, I think.
Yeah.
Not good.
Cognitive ability just slides down the...
The only thing keeping me going is the blaring train whistle.
Oh. How are the comments looking there, Josh?
I think we're looking pretty good. We need to just go beyond and past our boundary and try new things to keep going here. Our motivational speaker is still at it. Thank you, the collector and reviewer. I feel rejuvenated after reading your comment.
We're going to make you the minister of Beyond the Brick.
That's right.
I've got like tunnel vision because I just want to like complete.
I know.
Once this is done, it's gonna be like and then it'll just be like this little push. Then it's done.
I think you're slowly getting ahead of me, Scythe.
Where are you?
73.
76.
Oh man.
Ha ha ha.
So what's the weather like these days up by you?
It was warm as beep for like Christmas through like New Year's ish, and now it's taking a nosedive towards the cooler end of the spectrum, which I can't say I'm unhappy about. I'm kind of liking actually feeling like the time of year it actually is.
Right.
Was it unseasonably warm in Indiana?
It's been pretty cold here recently. Yeah, it's. I will say, yeah, like Christmas was it was kind of crazy. Like Christmas Day, I know it was crazy how warm it was.
Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of. Christmas Day is the only day where I'm trying to think. I don't think I've ever had a white Christmas.
Wait, you've never had snow on Christmas?
So like maybe some kind of wintry mix once, but I've never had like. Maybe I have once.
You don't usually get much snow?
I mean, so it doesn't snow regularly, but it'll snow at least a couple times a season. Nothing crazy though.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty uncommon, I guess you could say. I'm sure that's not the case.
That is not the case.
Is there a lot of lake effect snow right now?
There's some. It's not terrible. It's really not that bad right now, but I'm sure we'll be getting it here.
Where's the worst lake effect snow?
Chicago.
Yeah, Buffalo's pretty bad.
Yeah,
I've always heard. I've consistently always been like thinking I'm missing a piece, and it's always underneath the instruction booklet. Every bag. Thus far. No fail.
the way it goes. The hard ones are the ones that, like, you pick up the instruction booklet and it's not there, and you're like, oh no, I'm going to have to actually search for this one.
Yeah.
And then it's, like, inside another piece or something.
Do you find building on that wood grain table is bad for, like, finding pieces and stuff?
No, I've never... Doesn't really affect
like
it that I've noticed.
Non-factor?
Yeah, I don't think so.
I bought these white tables just because I love like the just like clean sort of
Right, it does
mental institution status. Like slight operating room feel, but it's like nice. I like it. Good contrast, easy on the eyes. Totally nice to like look at. probably like bad for my retinas or something.
Kind of like lunging over the table earlier was good for your posture.
Exactly. I'm gonna die young.
You still build a lot of Lego.
So I feel like this might not really be like a gold mine of amazing pieces, to be honest. What do you think? It's got like a super like above average assortment.
The dark tan, dark tan stuff is pretty sweet. Like I like that. I don't know. I mean, it's fairly average colors.
I guess actually, so maybe I consider myself a town builder, not like a ton of amazing town elements.
Right. Yeah, not a ton.
I don't know. Like a modular building is uniformly like,
right.
Oh my goodness, like just to part out and use the pieces is always like, wow. It's actually getting kind of hard to build this with it being... Have you gotten to the point yet?
Yeah, like so tall.
Yeah, I'm actually going to raise my chair up there. Oh, that's actually way better. Like a 3 inches higher up.
Is that a fancy IKEA chair?
Oh, yeah.
Did you have to go fight in IKEA to get it?
No, beauty of Craigslist, actually. Snag these bad boys up real quick. And then I went and found a website that some guy operates out of his garage in like Iowa, and I got casters for the wheels that work on carpet.
Oh.
I have like some carpet here in my Lego-torium. Carpet is much better for Legotoriums, by the way, because
that's why I have it.
Yeah, pieces kind of stop on carpet. And, on hardwood, they just skate into corners, and you never find them again. Hardwood is not a friend of Lego.
It's comfortable to work on.
Oh, Josh, you'll never believe what I got at Whole Foods yesterday.
What?
It's of direct relevance to our time in Seattle.
Coffee? Some Seattle coffee drink?
Nitro cold brew coffee.
Oh,
For the first time ever, I saw it. I think I might send a picture to your aunt.
You did?
I might. I feel like I should. That was I was totally like not expecting to find it. I always casually stroll over to the cold brew coffee case or area of the cool case, and lo and behold.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and it's like that Stumptown brand that we were looking for.
Yeah.
I don't really know how to explain why I like that cold brew coffee so much, but it's pretty cool. And Nitro is really amazing. It's like it's like black coffee, right? But it tastes like sweet.
Right.
Like I just can't believe that's real. It's like when I was a kid in kindergarten, imagining what it was going to be like in 20 or 15 years or whatever. I guess 20 years. Something like that. I think cold brew coffee, even though I didn't know what that was, or like that's what the future is.
There's this cool coffee shop on the campus of the school I go to that reminded me a lot of some of those places that we went to in Seattle. If I drank more coffee, I would go there more often because they have a lot of really unique stuff like that, and it's like interesting. I took a class with a guy who works there, and he would bring in like every class, he would bring in like a different kind of super exotic coffee in like a thermos in like a glass cup and drink his coffee.
And then talk about how rare it was, like a pompous, you know.
No, he was like super nice. He would like share it with people, like the professor and stuff.
Oh, really?
He would like give it to the professor. And people would like try his like weird coffee brands he would order from like all over the world.
That's funny.
And then he was like making his own like pumpkin spice, you know, like flavoring and stuff, and like all sorts of these weird flavorings he would make at the coffee shop.
That's funny. I want to like roast my own coffee one of these days. Set up a little roasting operation in like a garage or something. That'd be sick.
See, stickers I'm a little torn on because sometimes it's like, yeah, it's not a big deal, but then other times it's like a big glaring blank spot if you don't put them on.
If it's like a total make or break thing, I think vehicle builds with stickers are always like you really can't get away without
Right.
Like the Maersk train.
Yeah, it's noticeable on those. It is true. This build getting so tall. I don't think my chair has. Does my chair have a height thing on it?
I always go as low as possible, just cause.
Yeah, I just dropped the. I hit the bookcase and.
Oh no! Brick.
Fix the sign.
Brick beyond.
I'm pretty sure my chair is as high as it can go.
So you'd be like straining to finish the top portion.
Yeah, productivity is going to take a hit the higher I go.
Yeah, I didn't really realize I could do that until as soon as I did it. That was kind of exciting. I like got myself some more feet, inches, centimeters. How's the comments? I feel like I should.
There's still some good motivational ones.
Yeah, motivational. Believe just like the song I Believe I Can Fly. Are you going to upload any more videos from Brickle Fort Wayne? Why, yes, Matthew Bishop. We have 1 or 2 more videos that we'll be sharing this week or in the next couple of days. Come on, you almost done. Believe that you can do more than you think. Yes, yes, thank you, thank you. Send what email? Nothing. I'm back. Nice comments, guys. Nice comments.
Better than the comments on the MGF video?
Yep. Oh my gosh. No, yeah, no comment.
Don't remind you?
Lego Live Construction, Ninjago's Temple of Airjitzu. And this is like some other YouTube channel. This is showing up in the recommended videos, by the way. 58 minutes. I don't think they actually built it in 58 minutes. Like, that can't be real. Right?
Yeah, 58 minutes seems way too short for one person. I don't know, it was a group of people or something.
Like, army?
An army? Maybe it's an actual army base. That'd be cool.
Soldiers building Lego sets? That sounds like some kind of Saturday Night Live skit. Have you ever watched that Casey Neistat guy?
What's his name?
Casey Neistat?
I don't think so. What does he do?
He's just like some YouTube guy, but he puts up these vlogs. I remember I saw some video people that kept circulating on social media of like Aladdin on like a Aladdin carpet kind of thing going around New York City. Have you seen that?
I don't think so.
It's like they have this motorized skateboard. So what they did is they bolted a piece of plywood onto the motorized skateboard, and then they put like a carpet over it, so it looked like an Aladdin's carpet. And then this guy dressed up as like Aladdin and just started like going around New York City with this like Aladdin skateboard thing. And the video, like, I guess viral is like an understatement, because it got like, you know, ridiculous amount of views. And so I was like, who is the guy behind it? And this dude named Casey Neistat. He's got all these videos, and he's, I don't know, it's interesting.
Huh.
Look at his stuff, though. I think that there needs to be like Casey Neistat for like Lego community. Someone who like does like a lot of vlogging of like random stuff, and it would need to be like a Lego set designer or some kind of other person.
What step are you on? I just hit 85.
What?
I just hit 85. What step are you?
88. You must be picking up speed. Oh no. I mean, oh, good for you, Josh.
Yeah. Keep it up.
Ugh. Yeah, the height on this guy is kind of getting
yeah.
pretty intriguing.
I didn't realize how short my chair was.
Whoa.
My fingers are starting to hurt a bit. My main fingers I use. Yeah. Might help if I wasn't numb here in Indiana.
What?
Might help if it wasn't so cold and I was numb here.
Oh. What's the outside temperature like?
Deadly?
Deadly?
Yeah.
That sounds fun.
Doesn't everyone want to live somewhere where the outside temperature is deadly?
Like 30?
I'm not sure exactly what it is.
Below freezing?
You don't want to be out in it.
Yeah.
Hey, bye, Matthew. Thanks for joining us.
Stay Gucci. If we pass out, well, I guess we'll just pass out.
I guess, yeah. Then what's anybody gonna do?
Come and get us.
How far do you live from Ross now?
Well, he's in like the mountains, so I'm like not in the mountains.
Okay. See, I keep like at one time he was like super close to you, right?
Yeah, he was like in the metro area.
Right. See, I think I keep getting mixed up on where he. I keep thinking he's still super close to you, but he's not, is he?
Nah. I guess I wish he was, because then I could go over there and be fodder for his commentators more often.
Did he say anything about that?
I have not. Like, that's nice. What is that? What's the etiquette of that?
Like,
hey, your people are ripping me a new one. What's seriously? What's going on, man?
like you have the worst fans ever.
Oh, this is interesting. So when you start building the little spire thing, the train wheels that you're stacking up to build the spire are train wheels with the rubberized bits on them. You know what I'm talking about?
Right, yeah.
So it's like the train wheels on the engine so that they can pick up traction. That is super, super weird.
Huh.
Why would they do that? I guess it's the designer being nice that they want to put more rubberized train wheels in circulation.
He was just told to use train wheels, and they didn't tell him what kind.
I like that. I can dig it. It's a nice gesture, actually.
Yeah. Moving along pretty nicely here. Not too much left. We will be pushing about the 6-hour mark.
Is it really that much?
Well, I don't know, not right now, but I think by the time we finish, it will be.
Yeah. It's kind of sad. We're actually decent Lego builders. For the sake of all of the amazing Lego builders out there in the world, I would not call myself like a super competent set builder in terms of speed, right? Or no?
Yeah, I would say that's. I don't think I would either. Yeah, there are many people more talented than myself. That's for sure. I will say games like that, what was the game we did at Brick Fair New England where you had to, it was a speed build, but you stole pieces from people? That was a fun game.
Oh, God, yeah. That was super weird. I can never really understand the etiquette of those games.
What does that mean?
What social conventions govern the stealing of another person's Lego pieces? Or you know what I mean? I guess that's overthinking it.
Yeah, I think you are.
It's a real problem. Oh, you know what we need to do is ask Kevin what the conventions he's going to go to this year are.
I was thinking the same thing.
We should prioritize. So if there's one that we're on the fence about,
right?
He's like, oh yeah, I'm going to Brick Can 100%, which I'm sure he might be, right?
Well, he didn't want to skip BrickFest though, because that's like his Canadian convention every year. But I that's also because it's kind of been the only Canadian convention, so I don't know. Maybe he would be more willing. I don't know. And he likes it first-year shows, I think.
Screw that, Ish. Go to bowl.
Well, then you've got to skip more in the U.S. or something, which I don't think he.
You went to 2 Canadian conventions.
Yeah.
One, or not one, but 2 Canadian conventions.
Let's see, the U.S. He didn't do Brick World last year, but he did. He did how many Brick Fairs? He was at Alabama.
A laughably large quantity.
Right. I'm assuming he's not going to be at Alabama this year.
I don't think so. I think last year was that last year was Brick Fair, Virginia. This year will be Brick World. And I think he'll be skipping all the Brick Fairs, maybe. I don't know. Or maybe he'll be going to New Jersey. I don't know what his plans are.
He's going to make it to at least one of the brick fairs. I don't see how he could possibly skip all of them.
It's true. So look how naked the temple looks. It just looks like a freakish like Christmas tree. Right? Without the roofs.
Right. Yeah, that's true. It doesn't...
All right. Let's get this bad boy coated up.
Probably there's probably a freakish Christmas tree up in the attic where they lock the people up.
What?
They probably have a freakish Christmas tree up in the attic where they lock the people up.
Yeah. I hear there's some people tied up in the attic of this. That was the worst idea ever to read that. I highly regret that. I just opened bag 13, by the way.
What am I on? Oh, you're way ahead of me.
No, I was a mistake.
Oh, okay. I thought you were.
Oops. Psych. All right.
Is this antenna thing on top like a grounding tower, whatever you call it, so lightning strikes? That's what it looks like.
It does look like something from like a science fiction.
I feel like that doesn't. Well, it's the silver spot is what does it. Like that doesn't. It makes it look like trying to like harvest electricity or something.
I feel like it doesn't match with like the overall aesthetic qualities of like.
That's right. This is quite the substantial build, though. Not to mention these two cool, and haven't even built the red bridge thing yet.
I have a gem found in Germany, color green. Look at my video. Okay, Mendy. Almost there. Don't stop. Almost there. Believe. Don't stop. I have never seen anyone build a big Lego set and not give up. Keep it up. Beat those instructions. Push through yourself. Push yourself through. Bye, guys. Heading to bed. Good night. It's 23 in Lafayette. It's 23s in Lafayette. Oh, so it has to be like 20 degrees out there, Josh.
Yeah.
That's rough. Jeez.
That's why I told you you don't go. It's deadly.
Cold here is like 40 degrees.
That's crazy.
It was like 80 this last week.
You guys got it good.
It was like 75 on Christmas. That felt like totally crazy.
I like the little paint brushes and the paint equipment. That's neat.
It's kind of a nice touch.
Wow. Next to last.
We're almost done. We're almost done.
Oh, this has the postman in it. I think that's really weird that they have a postman in there. Like, there's just a random guy delivering mail to the temple in the middle of their fight.
Sorry to interrupt you guys, but you got something for Amazon, actually?
Can I get somebody to sign?
I looked up the price of a P.O. box the other day. I was surprised at how cheap it was.
We've got several we do for people, like people we like handle their affairs of. We use P.O. boxes for.
Really? You like check them all at once?
Yeah.
That's funny. Do you have your own P.O. box yet?
No.
So you can like receive illicit mail for like Lego stuff?
Yeah. Maybe I should look into getting one. How much was it? I don't know how much.
It's like $60 for a year.
Oh, that's not bad.
But that's like for the smallest one. So would they charge you extra if you kept receiving too much stuff, and they kept having to hold it for you?
I think so. Yeah, they don't want to. They don't want to have to mess with that.
But yeah, I mean, like then we could have Beyond the Brick mail time. You know, send like 20,000 packages to this PO box, and we'll like.
Are you familiar? Have you heard of Rhett and Link, the YouTubers?
No.
Oh, they're pretty funny.
Do they do meal time?
Yeah, they have like they do a lot of like a variety of stuff, but they both sing and play guitar, and so they have like this song they play for their Friday mail time. I think it's Friday. Fridays.
That's funny.
My sister.
People just send them random stuff?
Oh yeah, because they're like super huge, so they get all sorts of stuff from all over the world, like weird. A lot of it's like weird foods that they'll try. Like people send them from like Japan or something. And the funny thing is, they're from like they actually went to. I think they went to NC State, both of them. They're like childhood friends.
Shit! Yeah, what's their name?
Rhett and Link.
Yes. Okay, I've totally heard of them. Yeah.
So they're both like they both got like engineering degrees there or something. And then they did like marketing for a while and like made commercials, and now they have like this massive YouTube show. And they both have like engineering degrees.
Yeah, that was totally worthwhile. Yeah, they're totally like kind of local like legends or something.
The best part of their show is that they moved from like Hickville, Carolina, and now they live in like LA, and so they don't really like fit in, and so it's like all their experiences. It's like that's like the best part of when they talk about what they're doing.
But for a living, what do they do? They're just famous?
Well, their YouTube show, they do tons. They got like they do all sorts of podcasts, all unending stuff.
Culture.
Yeah, they call it like internet-tainers or something. They call themselves. Oh my! No, apparently it's Thursday, not Friday. My sister just sent me a Facebook message.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, it's Thursdays, not Fridays, that they do their mail.
Facts. Not too far from the finish line. This has been pretty fun, though.
This has been. This is great.
It's like just at the threshold of doable.
It is. Still got one part. This 13 doesn't look like it has too much in it.
No. Not building a $200 Lego set during the live stream was probably the best decision we made. Did you ever finish that Simpsons house?
The Simpsons house?
From the live stream from the last?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think I
bring the thing, right?
No, I didn't finish it during. I finished that, I think, like, over the next few days or something after it.
I was so, like, done with that thing. Like, I could not stand the fact that I had to, like, that was the most unpleasant Lego set building experience I've ever, to, like, be that, like, it felt like some kind of cruel joke, you know? Like, someone,
I don't get enough time to spend building, so for me it's kind of nice. Like, it's fun to just like have a time where I have to sit down and just build for a while.
Oh yeah, it's like super fun. I think that like the $200 set thing, like with that much sleep deprivation,
right?
And it's just like someone like throwing you out of a moving airplane and then like telling you to run a marathon, or I don't know, like ugh. But yeah, this year was like perfect to just kind of chug along, this set, that set. You built the Louvre, right?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, I need to build that.
It's a nice set. I love those architecture sets.
We should like review the Skyline sets or something.
The what?
The Skyline sets?
Yeah. I know they were sold out on Lego last I saw.
What?
They were sold out at Lego last I saw.
Oh, really? Do you like those sets?
The Skyline one? Yeah, they were great.
Yeah. I'll have to get those.
Interesting roof design here as you work on that.
Yeah. I'm doing two at once. I don't know if this is a good idea or not. It always starts out better than it ends. I'll make like the same mistake twice and then get it all confuddled. Oh, did you get one of those Beyond the Brick minifigs, Josh?
I did, yeah.
Should have gotten one.
I think my parents bought one during the live stream.
Oh. Were you expecting that, or?
No, I didn't. I think they just wanted to buy one so they'd have it or something because they knew that Victor had only made a few of them.
No, that's a pretty sweet gift. My parents don't love me.
Okay. Do you need to go fight in IKEA or something?
Yeah. But Mom, Josh's parents got him a minifig.
Let me know if there's any unresolved issues I can help you out with.
I'll do my best. Oh yeah, that's totally like cool like roof technique thing. Wow.
Oh yeah. Huh.
Oh wow, and you just get to keep like doing this, don't you? It's like the same build like over and over. Like these weird like 1x5 Technic brown plate thing. Is that what it is? Yeah, it's like it's 1x5.
Yeah. Yeah, that weird. Yeah, there's a lot of those.
Totally odd. Those T-shirts should be sent out next week.
Oh, is that okay? So you got where'd you end up getting them made? Like a local place or?
Some website.
Oh, okay.
I don't like to boost local economies.
Yeah, who wants to do that?
I farm it out to the cheapest person possible.
Slave labor or nothing.
Yep. You mean you pay them a living wage?
Get out!
I don't want. No, that's crap. I'm only slightly kidding.
Just barely, sadly.
Mostly because I'm not the. If I was in a better economic position to just order
expensive shirts.
Yeah. Oh, I think I'll pay more because I can. This should be pretty sweet, though. I like the their heathered red.
Oh yeah, okay.
I believe is the color.
So how have you started classes yet here?
That happens at the beginning of next week. What about you?
Yeah, I just started today. Was my first one.
Oh, really? Wow. Is it rough?
No, it's a lot better than last. I had 4 days a week, 8 a.m. classes last session, which is not good. When you
4 days a week, 8 a.m.s?
And I commute an hour.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that was
Wake up at like 6 in the morning?
Yep, 4 days a week.
What's it look like this semester?
This is a lot easier because I have a online class and then I have like a one day a week night class, so it's much easier.
So do you have to like stay there till that time at night?
No, I have class 3 days a week, and I just go down there for that one class.
Oh wow. Wait, so how many classes do you have total?
I have 3 this first session, and then 3. So it's broken into 8-week sessions.
Oh, so like 6 total?
6 total, yeah.
Jeez. How many, is that 18 hours?
Yeah.
Yep, that's what I'm taking. All at once.
Do it. You got to get it done.
Yeah. 18 hours, that's so many classes. Yeah, I like finishing college.
They always, when they take tours of the school, when the people John worked with, like his advisor, whenever he would give people tours of the school, he'd always tell them the story of John, because John was taking like 18 hours a week and working full time at like the news station, so like no one could believe that was possible.
Yeah, John pulled it off. Look at John. He pulled it off, and then he moved to the big city.
That's right. You too can achieve this dream.
Now he's living in a glorious luxury apartment.
I mean, that's questionable. He might.
Posh suburbs of Indianapolis.
Again, questionable.
Yeah.
Depends on your definition of posh.
I mean, I think posh is when you have your choice of crack dealers.
Versus just one forced on you?
Yeah. Options. So is John really like the shining light from... That's pretty funny. Is that what they say to people to try and get them to go there? You can work here 18 hours, and you can take 18 credit hours and work full time when you go here too.
Well, let's see that like people hear that it's broken into like 2 8-week sessions, and so it's like super intense, and they're like, oh, I can't do that. So then he tells them that as like a way of saying, yeah, you can. It's easier. Like here's a student that did it.
It is really like something to keep in mind. Like that sounds so much better than having to worry about all these stupid classes at once.
Right.
Yeah.
It really is nice. Yeah, and then if you don't like a class, it's out of the way in 8 weeks, and you don't.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to have the mental baggage of all that stuff at the same time. Right. Yeah, I could really see the beauty of that. I'm a little jealous, to be honest.
Does your school? Some schools offer some classes like that. Does your school offer anything like that? Like any summer classes or anything like that?
Only thing is PE classes.
Okay.
That's only actually. I think I've done some reading into like how common that is, and I think it's really only like these small like kind of Christian colleges.
Right. Yeah. It's not super. I don't think it's super common.
Yeah. It's like no like research or like bigger university.
Yeah.
I could find an example of does it. What's the reason that smaller schools like why is that a thing?
I guess they just figure, get you through there faster. If they can do it, they might as well.
Does it actually get people through there faster?
Yeah, you do it. They have a 3-year program, so you can do it in 3 years.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
So I think that's their goal.
Is to get people out in 3 years.
Yeah, just saves money for one thing. If you don't, it saves a whole year of tuition. The big thing now that I see a lot of people pushing, though, is that the high school thing has become a lot more popular. Like now everyone is, like, even 5-6 years ago, like no one hardly did that.
Yeah, my sister has like, I think she's taken like 12 AP classes in high school or something. So if that subs into college classes like directly, I guess that would be like 2 semesters.
Right.
Which is like crazy.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing.
And I think it actually will for her, I believe. Like a direct substitution?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think I wish I had pushed myself harder to take even more classes in high school. Like the bullet.
Now, did you say you had anything that you could like go to the college and take, or was it all just like at the high school?
Yeah, if you could like show that you had like reached the limit of whatever curriculum that you were taking, and like there was a good reason for you to like enroll in more advanced classes, then they would pay for you to go to like the local university, which is like a like a public university that like costs a decent amount of money a semester. They'd pay for your credit hour or whatever. So like people did that for like calculus 3 or some kind of trigonometry because they had exhausted all the math classes in the school, or like advanced Spanish or something.
Yeah.
There's a couple different. Yeah, I was never like that.
In that group.
Nah.
Yeah, this roof is definitely getting. You do a lot of the same stuff here.
Are you building it in tandem?
I am not.
You're not building two at once?
No, that's probably the smarter way to do it, though.
That's what I've been. I'm trying to. So what are you on? Are you on the last one yet?
Let's see. There's 3 layers.
Yeah.
No, I'm on the 2nd layer.
I don't think it's that much faster. It must not be. Maybe I'm overestimating.
That's kind of funny that Rhett and Link are like they like well known? Would you say in the area that you?
No, I think it's like I'm like.
Well, it's like is it like a joke kind of thing? Like, oh yeah, they're YouTubers or something.
Not even like I don't even like I've not really had a conversation about them with too many people here, but like it comes up once in a big while. But like I only discovered them because I had read something on the internet or like Wikipedia maybe.
Okay.
About like local some kind of maybe it was in the notable alumni section of like NC State, I think.
I just think it'd be funny if your region had like people who went on to be like YouTubers and everybody kind of laughed at them like, oh yeah, those people like they're the crazy YouTubers now.
We have enough of the like was it Clay Aiken? You know that Clay Aiken guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's oh my god. Like he's local talent. What was his shtick? He like ran for some kind of local senatorial thing, and then like the person opposing him died during the campaign, so he like won by default or something. I think. I don't know. That kid's got some weird. And then Scotty McCreery.
Yes.
A lot of country music acts. And then we have upstanding citizens like John Edwards.
That's good.
You know John Edwards, right?
Yeah.
He's the one you know him. Yeah?
Yeah.
You've heard all the amazing things he's done, right?
Definitely.
He got like his campaign manager pregnant or whatever, and then like campaign money to like pay for her like the birth of the child or something while his wife was dying from cancer.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Classy.
Real nice folks there.
I actually went to a school, and the girl that sat across from me in 4th grade lived next door to him while he was running for president in 2004.
Oh yeah.
True story. She would like come in late to class, and she'd have to explain to the teacher that they had shut off the street because he had like a motorcade or something. Like, okay, don't do it again.
No more shutting down streets.
So that's an excuse if I've ever heard one.
they shut down the street because of this motorcade.
Or some like security, like they didn't want the news to. I don't know.
That sounds so made up.
Weird stuff. Are there any famous people from South Bend / Osceola?
The villain in the latest Star Wars movie is from Mishawaka. He went to high school like 15 minutes away from here.
Really?
Yeah.
How did he make it big?
He has a very interesting story. He was like had like no money. He tried to make it. He like bummed his way out to California and made it for like 2 days before running out of money and had to come back to Mishawaka. And then he tried out for Juilliard once and didn't make it. Joined the military, and that kind of got his life on track. And he came back and tried out for Juilliard again and got in. And then he's done like, I don't know, I forget what he's done before now, but yeah, like this Star Wars was like a fairly big thing.
But so like he went to Juilliard for acting?
Yeah.
Okay. That's crazy.
Yeah, I was actually just talking to someone who knew someone who went to high school with him here, and apparently he was a little odd.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's like, oh yeah, that kid was really normal and like totally conformed to all the social norms.
I guess that's what makes him a good actor.
Yeah. Live in their own force field.
But yeah, so he's probably the most famous one right now from this direct area.
Who's the most famous person from Raleigh?
Am I supposed to know that?
I don't know. Like, I can't really have a reference point. You know what I mean? I guess I can, but I don't think it'd be as valid as who you think is the most famous person from Raleigh.
I can't necessarily think of anyone from Raleigh. Is that a bad thing?
Yeah. Well, I mean, no, because I can't either. So I guess we can agree. There you go. No one's. There's probably some objective.
Like who is from there that I would know of?
I don't know. Jesse Helms.
That name sounds vaguely familiar.
Like it's a politician, 20th century politician. Important for numerous.
That must be where I've heard that name.
Dubious things.
Again, like
Oh, it's typical.
You really know how to make some wonderful politicians over there.
Only the best. Yeah, I don't know who I would say. I mean, obviously there's like maybe Zach Galifianakis went to NC State.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, you know
That's
Zach.
Like Red Lake. It's like what in the world? Like
he grew up in a town like halfway between. It's like kind of on the foothills of the mountains called Wilkesboro.
Okay.
It's like a little tiny, like kind of podunk, sort of small, but like he's from there, but he went to NC State in Raleigh, and now he's Zach Mother Beaton Galifianakis. I always say there's a famous like North Carolinian.
Yeah. Like that's someone most people probably would.
Sandra Bullock went to university in the eastern part of the state before dropping out after a certain period. True story. You know Sandra Bullock, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. It took me a second. Yeah, I know that. Yeah. What are you starting on the bridge now or something, or?
Yeah. It's kind of a weird build thus far. I don't really understand where the bridge part's going to come in.
Well, I think
it's kind of janky.
Yeah. They ran out of time designing.
Yeah, I guess it's just like here's a bunch of like 2x4s, 2x4 plates. Looks like a bridge.
This roof definitely adds a lot. Yeah, it really brings it all together.
That's like it looks totally slick though.
It does. It's 1:30 a.m. So how long have we been going? Like 5.5 hours. 5 hours.
That's slightly intense.
Just a little bit. That's crazy. It doesn't seem like it's been that long.
Yeah, that number sounds scarier than.
It does. It's like. So what's the thought on doing a second 24-hour live stream a year to support that Fairy Bricks charity in the UK?
Hell no.
No.
Not because I don't like Fairy Bricks. I think it's a wonderful organization with a great mission. I just don't think for my sanity.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I kind of lean that. It is pretty crazy doing one of those a year.
What if we just did a live stream for our own selfish reasons to like pay for a trip to Europe or something? I would do that.
If they give us money live stream.
Like if I'm gonna risk my mental health by staying up multiple 24-hour periods while building Lego sets in front of an online audience, I would like there have to be way more personal gain, or I just because I'm like a really bad person.
You're just a terrible person who only cares about himself.
I don't know. Like I love Christians for Charity. I really really love like everything they're doing, but like if someone was like, do you want to do like a second one? Especially this year, the amount of like doing the whole T-shirt thing and then coordinating the drop-off.
I mean, that more time like extreme. Like we wouldn't necessarily maybe have to go as far as we do with the. I don't know. I mean, it's just
even the thought of staying up, just like doing it. You know what I mean? Unless everything was outsourced and it was just like, I don't know. I can't really come up with a.
Yeah. I understand. Yeah, it's kind of.
Doesn't it just kind of drain your like soul a little? Like it's just like I'm just like not right for like a day or like 2 or 3 days afterwards, Or are you like you bounce back immediately?
I bounce back pretty fast.
I guess I don't know. It's not that like annoying. I guess this year I did like I guess I took on. It was kind of a little bit ridiculous, right? The amount of stuff.
Yeah.
Shirts, the set donations, the coordinating the stuff with the designers, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that was helpful. So it is a lot of work. So I don't really know if it'd be worth.
But what about we should just do it for our own selfish. No, that's I don't know. I think Fairy Bricks they should just take the concept and with our tacit approval and guidance do their own thing, and then we can pop in and say hello.
Yeah. That could be cool.
That's what we should do. We should just spawn off like numerous 24-hour events. That we just like join in on.
There you go. This thing looks sweet. You gotta join it up here. How's the bridge coming along?
Getting there.
Have we built all the minifigs yet? I feel like we haven't.
The last bag has 2 more.
Okay. Oh, broke the stairs. Oh, yeah. There you go. Very nice. Oh, so this is it. These ninja minifigs really are amazing.
Yeah.
Excellent minifig design there.
How rare are they? Are they like super one-off?
You mean like the ones in this set specifically?
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the other sets to see if it's how often they repeat.
I wonder if that's the case.
Usually these bigger sets, they try to put like one that's like exclusive, don't they? I thought they usually try to do that, but I could be wrong.
Shit! Oh, this is cool. It's a little gun thing, and you like spin it around, and it fires the things.
Whoa!
It's like that is the coolest like toy mechanism thing I've ever seen. This set is like legitimately, and I totally like have a 1x1 just somewhere in the ether now. Interesting. How are you doing there?
Good. I am just started the last section here.
How's the comments looking?
I think good from everything I saw. See that the one thing I have waited to build, and I think it's finally this section, is the flying Reagan thing that reminded. It looks exactly like the old Ninja.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean.
A callback to the old. They had those like jetpack type things.
The blue thing is like that's totally like old Ninja status. Okay, so now I have to assemble the scene. Oh, it like clips in. Okay.
Right.
And then what is it? The like goes.
Also, your table being white really helps with seeing the build. It's a lot easier to see it on your table than it is on mine. It's kind of nice.
Josh, when are we gonna go redo your studio?
Yeah, just got the new drywall. We need to time to redecorate.
Now that you have walls. Not that's like a
a necessity.
That doesn't have to be a precondition. Walls are kind of bourgeoisie anyway.
Very much so.
I totally like the final product is like totally cool.
It does look, yeah. Oh, the bridge makes it even better. That looks nice.
Now I need to like stand up the absurd quantity of many things. Whoa. Oh, they have them like doing things. In the... Is that out of frame?
No, you're good. Yeah.
All right. So I pulled out ahead of there, didn't I?
You did.
I'm totally like not like if there was like 5 more bags, I would probably.
Yeah.
I would need another break, actually. How about that? Air quotes around the word break.
Maybe start back up in tomorrow afternoon.
How long was that break when I took one?
I thought it was like short, like a half an hour. Then I went back and watched the recording, and I think it was like 2 hours.
Are you serious?
I think so. I did not realize.
That's hilarious.
That's why Kevin kept talking about it, because it was so long.
It didn't really seem like it was that long. Like when I even rewatching it, it was. I saw it was like it was long, but it was like obviously nothing cool happened because I wasn't there.
Well, that was like the deadest time. It's like right like 5, 6 a.m. there. So when you took your break was like that's like the deadest time of the live stream.
Yeah. Good time to take a break. Dunzo, biatch.
There you go.
That is a ridiculous instruction booklet. That is amazing. Like the list of pieces is like 4 pages. And then they run through the play features, so we get to see all of the cool things you can do. That is a respectable set.
You gotta turn around and show the. Can you show the lights with it all put together?
I'll leave that up to you. Oh, you can see it really easily right now in the shot, and it's like facing your camera.
Okay, yeah. Well, let me finish this.
Yeah. Boring. You guys are like the John Cena of Legos.
I think that's the best. That's the best comment ever.
Thank you. How many pieces? More than a few.
Not a ton, but more than a few.
I have to reference that real quick.
I like the little gray dragons.
$2,028.
I knew it was just above the 2,000 mark. What did you say that the Ghostbusters set has like 3,500?
Yeah, 4,600.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, casual.
Pretty sure that'd be like a 12-hour build.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, anything with these log bricks always reminds me of the old style of like ninja Western stuff.
I always wonder if they're going to restyle that brick. It does seem a little... It's a $199 set. SKOLI. I can't finish reading your name. Matthew Bishop is back. Nice to have you back, Matthew Bishop. I've finished. Josh is almost done.
Very close. I actually think I have, for reference, the old version of this thing. The Ninja version sitting nearby. Let me see here. Oh, this is sort of it. Here's the old version. This has like the plastic kind of wings from the old Ninjas, and then here's the one from this set. That's kind of the dragon wings.
Pretty cool.
The big hairpiece on this final minifig guy. A little cartoonish.
Yeah. Yeah, the light thing is probably the coolest thing ever.
Yeah. Let's see here, just about finished.
It's nice that they leave that for last. I guess it only makes sense, but still.
Oh, I see what you're saying with this thing shooting it. Yeah. Huh.
That's a really neat little mechanism.
Oh, that's supposed to be like a fireworks?
Maybe.
Yeah, I think
This
so.
would be a good guess. I kind of want to keep firing it.
Shoots it like super far too.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Like a firework Gatling gun.
Yeah.
So let's see how this bridge attaches how.
It just kind of slides in.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying, yeah. Nice.
All right, Josh, another one?
Let's see, let me try to show the... it's on this side, isn't it? Here's what the... let's see, can I show the light? There we go.
Yep.
You can see the light way down there in the bottom.
Whoa.
Sweet.
Matthew Bishop says, what is your biggest set you've ever built? Well, I think I want to say maybe a London Bridge or a... No, that's not as big as... Maybe this is the biggest set I've ever built, actually. What do you think?
This is probably close to my biggest. I'm trying to think.
So I've built with other people, like Millennium Falcons or whatever, but like solo and one sitting.
Right.
This is the biggest set I've ever built solo in one sitting. How about that?
Although, how big was the Simpsons house? That was probably bigger than...
Was it bigger than this?
I don't know. You know, as far as piece count, you'd have to look that up.
Let's reference that right now. We'll put that to rest.
Yeah, I love this firework machine. That's great.
2,523.
Oh, okay. So I thought that was a little bit bigger.
In the Simpsons house. 2,028 in this Temple of Airjitzu. So yeah, I guess the Simpsons house by 500 or so pieces is the largest set I've ever built. Matthew Bishop says the biggest in one sitting for me is the Technic MK. Wow, yes, that is a massive set. So Simpsons house, definitely, that was definitely like a crazy build to do in one sitting. This one, maybe not so much, but whatever. Pretty fun build though, right?
Yeah, this is great. Like the play features are awesome here. They're so... The light thing, got tons of minifigs. Lots of... The buildings are really cool, like the roof designs and everything. I like it.
Well, very cool, Josh. Commentators, any final questions, comments, concerns?
Thank you, everyone, for joining us.
Do you like this type of thing? Should we bother to do it again? Yeah? No? In any case, thank you, guys. I like how yours is facing the backside and mine is like the front. So we get like a 360.
That's right. You get the full view.
Hells yeah. All right. Well, Internet, thank you so much for joining us for this lovely live build. We hope you go out and buy numerous copies of the Temple of Airjitzu and call LEGO customer service and said the reason that you went out and bought numerous copies was because you watched us.
Beyond
we don't actually have that expectation, but that'd be nice. Or maybe not. I don't know.
Or just tell someone about Beyond the Break. You know, like, hey, here's a cool YouTube show you should watch.
There's a thought. There's a thought. And I'm going to do one last check of the comments here. Let's see what we got. Yes, do this again. Good night. Good night, Matthew Bishop, and thank you to all of the other commentators out there. Until next time.
We'll see you guys later. Bye.